Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital era, businesses are rapidly adopting cloud technologies for enhanced agility and scalability. Let's dive into the world of SAP CAPM. SAP CAPM, or Cloud Application Programming Model, offers a streamlined approach to building cloud-native apps on SAP Cloud Platform, integrating top practices and tools for scalability and robustness. Discover the power of SAP CAPM. Studies reveal a 40% cost cut in development and a 70% boost in app performance. In a competitive world, agility is crucial. Master SAP CAPM for faster innovation, business growth, and staying ahead. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to harness the full potential of SAP CAPM. From understanding the core concepts to hands-on implementation, each lesson will build upon the last, empowering you to become a proficient SAP CAPM developer. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda points 1, Cloud Deployment Model 2, Service Models 3, Overview, Service Model 4, Types of Service Models, 5, Hyperscalers and Multi-Cloud, 6, Services in SAP BTP, 7, SAP BTP Tools, 8, Account Model 9, Subscribing to Services and Instances. Let's dive in.
This is the training in SAP BTP for the basically in SAP term, if we say it is related to SAP BTP extension suite, and we will cover everything which is the part of SAP extension suite, and you can go for your like certification as well if you want to on SAP BTP extension suite. So like this is this particular course is in SAP term. The course is PLD 200 and the certification is of CP_12. So try to open it. So this is CLD 200 course. It includes side-by-side extension and SPBTP app. And this is the content which we will be working on for the next few days. So let's so who wants to appear for this certification, if anyone? No one. Yeah, definitely after the training. Definitely after the training. But at least that should be in your agenda, so that will help you ahead. So I will be covering everything, and I will try to ask you whenever we get time the questions and answers related to the certification. So like you will get used to the kind of question what comes in the certification. So that will also help you. So this is the disclaimer. You can read it. So let's start with the cloud deployment model. So SAP BTP is started with SAP Cloud Platform, like SCP. Now it is renamed to BTP, like Business Technology Platform. So basically, it's in a simpler word, you can say it's basically cloud platform for SAP. So we need to know something about the cloud then, like what is a cloud, how it works, why cloud is needed. So, so what is the cloud deployment model? So cloud can be deployed in the four ways, like public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and multi-cloud. So we have the flexibility in the cloud. So if we go for a public cloud, then basically we have something like we need to share the same infrastructure with multiple persons, and and that basically helps in cost cutting. Private cloud, if you do not want to share, if you want uh, uh, whatever you have uh, only with you, whatever infrastructure, then you can go for private cloud. Hybrid cloud is something it's a mixture of public and private. Some of the things you can share and use, and some of the things like data, which you do not want to be public, so you go for private part. So that can also be done. Then there is a multi-cloud. Multi-cloud is something which is like you are using different vendors for the cloud. So that is also possible. So cloud deployment model refers to the type of cloud environment used to host application, data, and service. So in a simpler term, this is what is the cloud deployment model, and it is flexible to be deployed on CAPM is flexible to be deployed on any of these models. So we have two service models like software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and integration platform as a service. So, like, what is a service model? Service model, like every every user is different, need is different, company is different. So everyone has a different kind of need. So suppose for an example, like there is a person who need everything to be done, like suppose I went to some other city for a few days, so I need an hotel accommodation. So everything they will provide. I do not need to do anything. So that is one thing, one model which is possible. Another model is like I go for some apartment where the basic infrastructure is provided, and the remaining things like food and everything, those things I need to uh, take care of. And there could be possibility like the third choice is like I just you like I just rent a house or something where nothing is provided, unfurnished, and mm, I I just get that place, and remaining everything uh, I need to buy or I need to rent out. So in similar way the service model works. So how it works is like the first thing is infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Yeah, you might be getting confused. All are written as SaaS, but no. Infrastructure as a service is IaaS. Platform as a service is PaaS. Software as a service is SaaS, and integration platform as a service is IPaaS. So we basically mm, infrastructure as a service is something which is used by the network engineers. So mm, we have heard about AWS, Azure, Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, or Google Cloud Platform. So these are cloud platforms which are providing us the infrastructure. Um, so, like where like it's kind of like they have provided you mm, what you can say. Infrastructure means you can say your operating system kind of thing. So that is one thing, infrastructure as a service. Another thing is your platform as a service. So platform as a service you can uh, consider as something which is what you say, which is for the developers. Like developer will use that service as a platform to develop, and they do not need to download any tool. Like generally we download Eclipse or Visual Studio to do something. So we do not need to do anything. And like we generally need to install software such as Java or Node.js and their libraries and everything to make it work. We need to deploy it, we need a server. So all those things are not required in platform as a service. Platform as a service provide everything for you. You just need to develop and deploy it there only. Mm. So everything is provided the by that particular model. So it allows building of custom cloud application on the top of SAP's in-memory PaaS called SAP Cloud Platform. So for SAP, it is SAP Cloud Platform or SAP, what do you say, BTP. SAP BTP is mostly a platform as a service where we use it to build our applications. So it's not just a platform as a service, but mostly you can say. Also, like abstracts infrastructure complexity, so developers can focus on application logic. So, as I told you, they provide you everything you need. You just need to concentrate on your logic and you need to deploy it. That's it. Build and deploy basically. So that is a platform as a service. Then you have a software as a service. Software as a service, it's a simple term like we generally what we use software in our desktop. Like suppose Microsoft Word. So that is also a kind of software. So any application which we use is a software. So we do not need those things in our desktop. It will be provided as a service based on the subscriptions. So you can just go and you can use it in your platform service by your platform service provider. In our case, this is SAP. So they provide you with the relevant software, you directly use it. So it could be any software. So one example given here is SAP S/4HANA Cloud, or it could be like SAP um, other offerings like SuccessFactors or Ariba or something else. So those can also be used as a service. We just need to subscribe it and we can use it directly there. So, so SAP provides ready-to-use cloud application that organizes that organizations can use over the internet. So simple, you need to have an internet connection and you can just go to that particular URL. In our case, it will be BTP. You need to go to the BTP and you can use the that software. That's it. What else? The integration platform as a service. It means like basically it's facilitating integrating on-premise and cloud landscape. As I told you, like we generally nowadays use a hybrid approach where some of the things are on-premise, some of the things are on cloud, and we integrate them. So it's basically the mixture of both, or it could be cloud to cloud, like some of the thing we are using from Amazon, some of the thing we are using from Microsoft Azure, and like we are integrating it. So everything is possible. So these are the few service models. If anyone has any questions, they can just ask. So, SAS is basically for out-of-box SAP applications, I told you. And like platform as a service, you can call a CAPM as a platform as a service. Basically, Cloud Foundry is a platform as a service. Uh, in terms of SAP BTP, we will go in more details about what is Cloud Foundry and everything. But mm in simpler terms, that is a platform as a service. And we have IaaS for infrastructure needs. So in SAP term, we do not have our own infrastructure. So we use the infrastructure, or you can say servers of the leading cloud provider like Microsoft Azure or Google or Amazon Web Services. There are more, but these three are mostly used. And IPAS is for the integration across environment. So we already know this. Where there is some examples of what is what. I already told you, like the different service models. So if you see infrastructure as a service only includes visualization, servers, storage, networking, that's it. And platform as a service includes runtime, middleware, OS, visualization, servers, storage, networking, everything. So uh, the infrastructure or the service example will be your HANA infrastructure, AWS, as I told you, and platform as a service example is our SP HANA Cloud Platform, like SP BTP, where we do the custom development, integration. So what we will need for a platform as a service, we will need a runtime, we will need an OS, we will need a middleware. Runtime means like you can say JRE for Java runtime environment. For Node.js, we will need npm packages. So all these things are basically provided by the SAP only. If you're using the platform as a service, and if you're using software as a service, then the application and data. So as I already gave you the example of Arriva, Vector, then we have Fieldglass, Concur. So all these softwares are provided by SAP, which you can use directly. So it depends on the clients, what they want to use, how they want to use. Uh, so yeah, let's go ahead. Infrastructure as a service is a cloud model in which an organization outsources the equipment used to support operations, including storage, hardware, servers, and networking components. So it includes your soft storage, like your what do you say, hard disk or something. So it helps you to keep your storage. Then your hardware, like your RAM and everything, they provide you RAM and everything. Then it's a server networking component. They provide you the security part. You do not need to take care of security. They will take care of your security. So uh, that's it for the IaaS. For PaaS, it delivers a whole platform with related service such as persistence, authentication, and connectivity. So in PaaS, you have persistence, authentication, and connectivity. Like you can say, like authentication is something which is like mm, when you log into the application, it should not be uh, opening as it is without any credential. So that credential is needed for it. So that authentication service is provided by the previous. It also provided the authorization service where it helps you to basically uh, identify like which person needs the access to which particular application. Everyone need not be given all the access. So that is something which is controlled here. Apart from that, connectivity means like what you say, uh, connectivity between different third-party systems or the SAP systems. Like mm, suppose I need to connect with SAP on-premise, so I will need cloud connector for that, or I need to get an API from some third-party system. I need to consume that API. So all those things are basically managed here, platform as a service. What else? Software as a service. It's on-demand software in which software and associated data are centrally hosted on the cloud. This is clear only. I think we already spoke about it. Let's go ahead. So cloud computing has these few of the capabilities like on-demand self-service, broad network access, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and the measured services. It's basically, in in a simpler term, you can say like it gives you flexibility. What kind of flexibility? Like suppose you are a small company, you do not need a lot of hardware and software. So why to invest in infrastructure of your own? Just go to a cloud service provider, take their infrastructure and work. So they give you a host of services, like they tell you like what you need to do is like suppose I just want to use um, it 15 days a month, or I just want to use 2 hours daily. So it gives you that kind of flexibility that whatever you use, whenever you use, you just paid for that. No need to pay for the complete like mm, month. It's like if you're using it 2 hours daily, then just pay for 2 hours daily. So it's like on demand, whatever you want. So suppose I am small today, I have less traffic today, but it could be possible like uh, in the months where there's festivals, I suddenly have a spike in demand, and at that time I would need more hardware to support it. So So cloud give you the flexibility to elasticize it, to have it like you can basically increase your um RAM or your memory size for that particular period, and it and then again go back to the normal. So those kind of things can be possible here. Then you can subscribe to different services here. Like I told you, like if like if you want a particular service, like you want a service like authentication service, you can use it. If you want something like HANA DB or database, you can use that service. So any service on demand you can use for whatever time you want. Then you can unsubscribe it. So everything is flexible here. So whatever you use, you pay for it. So that kind of flexibility it gives, and so that is and definitely if it is a cloud, it improves your performance also. So all in all, that is how cloud works. Hyperscalers and multi-cloud. So SAP's hyperscalers refer to the major cloud infrastructure provider that SAP has partnered with to deliver its cloud solutions globally. So as I told you, SAP does not have its own infrastructure. And they do not have their own data center. They use the data center of Amazon, Microsoft, or Google. So they are the leading cloud providers. So SAP basically uses their infrastructure as a service and provide us the service. Like they had their new environment, but now that is phasing out. So that is why like it's just uh, um, they use infrastructure as a service for from these leading service provider. So SAP makes its solution like S4 HANA Cloud, V4 HANA, RIBA, etc. available via these hyperscaler data center and regions, as I told you. So okay, let's go to multi-cloud. Multi-cloud, what is a multi-cloud? We already told you what is a multi-cloud. So when we are using different, what do you say, different cloud infrastructure provider, and we have an option to use multiple of them. It's like it can be like we use both AWS and Azure as our service provider for different offerings. So that is possible. So it has a multi-cloud capability. And hyperscaler is something which is like you can scale, as I told you, like suppose today you have less traffic, so you use the basic infrastructure. Then tomorrow, if it spikes, it can increase within a minute to we can increase our infrastructure. Just we need to pay for that time where we got a spike. The SAP BTP is SAP's own EAS service offering. As I already told you, it offers a range of cloud-based development models, services, and capabilities for building enterprise applications. So it is a cloud-based development tool, as we all know, and it has a service and capabilities where we can directly build our own application. BTP is a platform that integrates with SAP solutions. So it's not just SAP, but also non-SAP applications. So we can integrate with both SAP and non-SAP applications through BTP. So that is something uh, which is very unique with BTP. There are many uh, service provider which does not allow third party integration, and it's not that extensive which BTP has. Uh, mm, we have like you guys, many of you have worked on this SAP CPI, so you know it well. So it incorporates capabilities like workflows, data management, analytics, automation, and more means it could be artificial intelligence. So, so it gives you all these capabilities. So it has all the new technology with it. SAP BTP has it. So you can use this platform to build a workflow, to to have your database there, to, to do analytics to the SAP Analytics Cloud, and you can automate your process. You can have generative AI on this. So BTP offers a lot of things. These are just few of them. Uh, this I already covered. Multi-cloud capability. Let's go ahead. So a multi-cloud strategy allows company to leverage different cloud services based on their specific need. As I told you, if you have a need to use like something is good in Amazon Web Service, something is used in Microsoft Azure, so you can have both for those things. So, so that is possible. Then pick ideal platform and services. We can maximize multiple hyperscaler benefit. We can minimize single vendor risk. So this is also one of the thing where why people use multi-cloud strategies so that we do not need to depend on single vendor, use multiple vendor, then ensures high availability. As you know, like in cloud, you do not have just one data center. You have multiple data center across different um, regions in globe. So what cloud service providers generally do is uh, they have a backup of whatever you have in your original data center at some other place at some other reason. So in case if something goes wrong in your data center from which it is coming, data or whatever, so like you can use the disaster recovery, and you can use that particular data center, another one. So that helps to like minimize the downtime and gives a high availability. It also facilitates the disaster recovery, avoids vendor lock-in, and optimize spending. Optimize spending means like you are just spending for whatever you are using. So that uh, helps you to like optimize your cost. Okay. So what are the SAP BTP benefits? It is used to build applications. It is used in Internet of Things. It is used in natural language interface. It is used in machine learning, integration suite. So it has a wide scope. We already spoke about these things. Okay. So what is SAP multi-cloud strategy? Benefit. The ability to harness global hyperscaler capability and infrastructure, more choice of cloud vendor, wide range of development service and support. So we already discussed this. So what is SAP's multi-cloud strategy? It's scattered best of breed functionality, business continuity, and hybrid landscape. Hybrid landscape is something uh, which now most of the customers clients are going for. So they basically are looking for hybrid landscape where we are utilizing something from this and something from that. So we are, it's not just about the AWS or Azure. It could be like some software we are using from Oracle, some we are using of SAP, and we want to integrate it. So that is also possible. It's not just like everything. If you are on SAP BTP, then you have to use everything of SAP. So you can have everything hybrid. Whatever you think is best for your business, go for it. So if you go to this diagram, you can see like there's something like application client. So end user can use these application client, like they can use iOS, Android, Windows, or any other device like laptop or whatever. So it does not matter whether you are using laptop, desktop, tablet, or which system you are using. So anything you can use uh, to connect to your BTP platform. BTP platform you see here, like it has the two instances of AWS Cloud Foundry, and they are connecting to SAP data center, like SAP on-premise system to the cloud connector. So if you want to connect to SAP, you need to use Cloud Connector. That is the connectivity service which is provided via the secure tunnel. Next, what are the service type in BTP? Like we told you, like BTP offers services, but there are two kind of services which SAP BTP offers. One is instance, and another one is subscription. So what is the difference between them? So instance is something, what do you say? Mm, It provides interface-based access to capability. Like it is a set of capabilities which get consumed via APIs or binding. So some service also require an additional environment like Cloud Foundry or Kaima to work properly. Depending on the service, you can utilize a graphical application. In this case, definitely an additional environment is required because service instance does not have their own runtime built in. So instance is basically your API. It we connect to these API yeah, like to these instances based on their API, like it has some credentials, and we just connect to those services based on the credentials. Like they have their auth configurations, and we just connect to them. If something you could not understand, you can ask, and details we will be showing you everything whenever we are on BTP. So that should not be an issue. But still, if you want to ask, we can ask. So instance is something which we use to connect to different services. And if we suppose, let's have an example. I need to have an authentication service. So, so what I can do, I can use the instance of that authentication in my project, and I can consume it. So it will take care of my authentication part. Similarly, there could be an instance of different other things which we will be going through. And like subscription is a standalone and runs without the need of additional runtime. So instances had the need for an runtime. Subscription does not need an additional runtime. This service mostly come with an application you can open and use. So they are kind of an application which you can use directly. They are not an instant. They are not something which you just need to consume. You do not need to know what exactly where it is connecting to, what it is doing. No, you just have the credentials. You just use that credentials to connect to that service. And in subscription part, you just you get more of the things. Like you get a runtime environment. You get uh, what do you say, a standalone system, uh, or an application which you can open and you can do things. So just to give an example of a subscription, like Business Application Studio, where we will be doing our most of the development, um, is a subscription based model. So we can open Business Application Studio. We can do the coding there. So it is a subscription. Similarly, DMS is a document management system. So for that, you can open that particular tool, and you can just see what are documents which are saved there. Or you can have an example of SBP, business process automation. There also you can just open it, and you can see what are the things you can do in this, like how you monitor and all those things. So it's kind of another application. So for all those things, you need a subscription based account. And instances are something which you cannot open as an application. You just consume it through an API. So I think I could able to explain it, but yes, we will go in more detail. You will see when you are seeing it in BTP, and you will know it more definitely. Let's go to the next slide. So if you see here, what are the services which are in BTP? So development, deployment, and runtime. It's a kind of tool where we do development for Java, or for uh, right now for app applications we use Eclipse and all. So it's a similar kind of tool, similar to Eclipse, uh, or like Visual Studio. So you just go there and you do your development. So it will take care of everything related to development. So this particular subscription is basically taking care of your deployment part to different environment. Uh, so you just like whenever you are in uh, checking in something in the Git repository, like you need to commit your code. So as soon as you commit, there is something configurations and all which are maintained. And as soon as you commit, it basically deploy your application directly as an automated process to your sandbox or to your development environment. And you also have an options to then send it across to different landscape. like to your quality or to productions. So that is basically taken care by this continuous integration delivery service. Apart from that, there is a runtime. So Cloud Foundry runtime is something which we use here. We also have what we say KAIMA environment. So that is also one of the runtime. But here in this training, we will use Cloud Foundry as our runtime. So Cloud Foundry, what is the Cloud Foundry? It's basically take care of everything like mm, um, related to your runtime. Like it has several packages related to your Node.js. It has several packages related to your Python. It has several packages related to your Java. So you do not need to install them or do anything related to that. Like those runtime environments are already there in Cloud Foundry. It also has the um, servers. Uh, it has the capability to scale. So it has a lot of features. And what is the polyglot application means? Polyglot application is something like the Cloud Foundry supports your development in different languages, you can say. Like as I told you, like Node.js, Java, or Python. So it supports all these applications. So it's a polyglot. It's not just about them. It's about uh, like mm, mm, yeah, like user interface. Also, it's not necessary that you need to use the SAP Fiori application. You can use any UI. You can use HTML. You can use mm, uh, any UI based application which is available as your front end for your back end. They provide HANA database, but it's not necessary that you need to use HANA DB. You can use other like SQL also as a database. So these are the capabilities which it provides. So you can see like cloud runtime then goes to HANA Cloud. So HANA Cloud is something which SAP offers, but it's not necessary that you have to stick to it. So we will go in more detail on what I'm saying. But yes, so it give you the features to store your data in HANA database. Then there's an authorization service. As I told you, like there's an authorization trust service which you can directly consume through your instances, and you do not need to think about authentication. It will take care of it. Then there is an application logging service which take care of your logs. And autoscaler is something where you are scaling your application. So suppose there is a spike in traffic and all those things, you can directly use the service to scale your application. So this is database, authorization, logging, scaling, everything can be done through the Cloud Foundry. So Cloud Foundry is our platform as a service for SAP BTP. SAP BTP tools. You have these tools in BTP, like as we already know, Business Application Studio. Previously, it was Web IDE, which SAP used to offer for the Fiori applications. But now Business Application Studio is there. It offers you a lot more than Web IDE. And Web IDE was there, which was hosted on new environment. But Business Application Studio is hosted on the different IaaS service provider. That Neo is no more there for Business Application Studio. Mm, so it is used for app development. So Business Application Studio is an IDE for developing, testing, building, and deploying business applications. Fiori apps, SaaS solutions, process automation. We already discussed this. Like it has the capability to do all these things to create a Fiori app, to do a process automation, or to build a SaaS solution, anything is for all these things are possible in Business Application Studio. Now, what is a wrap? It's a RESTful application programming model. So it's basically the architecture developing model service optimized for S/4HANA. Uh, so this is something which is also used apart from CAPM for creating the Volta service for building the Fiori apps. Apart from these tools, we have SAP Cloud SDK, which is also used for the app development. So it provides a library and frameworks to simplify development on BTP. Also, we have BTP CLI. This is the command line interface through which uh, we can do the entitlements. Like you do not need to go to BTP cockpit and do the assignment entitlement. Since you can do from there also, or you can do it from the command line interface, which is offered by BTP. You can directly do it from there. So generally, account administrators use this command line tool. It's the command line tool. It's a similar to the what you say command prompt. So you just need to give some what you say mm, some commands which based on which it will create some accounts and all those things. So that is something which is done by the BTP admin. Then you have the Cloud Foundry CLI. So there's one thing which is BTP CLI, then another one is Cloud Foundry CLI. Cloud Foundry CLI is specifically for the app deployment and app management, which we create through Business Application Studio. So so it takes care of the of managing the applications which we are building. But BTP CLI is basically for managing the global account directories, entitlements, and all those things, basically, accounts. So these two are different. These two CLIs are different. Then you already talk about Cloud Connector, which is a link between the on-premise and BTP system. So if you want to connect your on-premise with BTP, you need to use the Cloud Connector. So let's take a 15-minute break and then we will join that. Okay, hi everyone. Let's start. So yeah, so we have done this one for the next. Let's do BTP tools. So we already discussed about few tools in SAP BTP, like Business Application Studio. Uh, here are some more tools. So one of them is BTP SDK for iOS or Android. So if someone wants to build an app on iOS or Android, then they will need this tool. So for native mobile apps, you will need SAP BTP SDK for iOS and Android. Um, for the development related to Kubernetes, you will need Helm, Kubectl, or Kubelogin. These are the tools which are required. So it's some Kubernetes is something which SAP offers apart from Cloud Foundry for for the similar purpose. And then you have cloud like app development from Eclipse. So you'll need Eclipse for that. So that basically is used for rapid application development. So here it's written like Eclipse is used for app development. It's basically used for rapid app development, and SAP Build is used for app development. So you need to swap them. But basically Eclipse we use for rapid app development. Uh, Someone who is from ABAP, uh, they generally use this rapid app development to build OAuth services. So I hope someone of you who are from ABAP, they might have used it. Use it. So this is rapid app development is basically a tool. It's basically something which we develop in Eclipse. So I already told you before also, like CAPM uh, and RAP are two type of development which are done on BTP. So RAP development, CAP development we do from Business Application Studio, and RAP development we do from Eclipse. Okay, and then we have SAP Build, which is used for application building. So low code, no code applications are built through SAP Build. Right now, SAP Build is combined to SAP business like this build process automation. So it is now under build process automation only. But SAP Build basically is a tool for doing the low code, no code development where you do not need to be a developer to do some coding. You can just drag and drop and you can build a good user interface. So that is one thing which we will also offer you not only like drag and drop feature, it also offer you some of the uh, features related to creating OData service also in minutes. So those things are also there where you do not need much knowledge about things. You just need to drag and drop and all those things, or just use some templates and you will have the whole application. So that is what SAP will uh, generally is used for. So account model. Now in BTP we have different kind of accounts. So the one of them is global account, and the one is sub account, and the third one is directory. So when we go to SAP BTP, then you will see more of how it works. But these are three account models. So like the parent you can say is global account. Like you have folders within folders and then files within those folders. So it's a kind of similar thing, not the same thing, but you can just see like parent-child relationship, like global account. Then you have many sub accounts within the global account, and then you have directories. So this is how this account model works. So global account is something which is on the top, and it is generally done by the business. Like they need to buy entitlements on like whatever services subscriptions we need to use, we need to pay for it. We need to tell like what we want to use. So so all these things needs to be done through the global account. Then there are multiple sub account under one global account. One global account can have many sub accounts. So each sub account basically is a kind of you can say uh, platform as a service. Like in each sub account, you basically need to tell like which service provider you want to use, whether it is a Microsoft Azure or AWS or Google Cloud Platform, and it will create a sub account for you. And each sub account has different kind of entitlement. So it's not like every sub account will have the same entitlement. It could be possible that one sub account has access to few of the services, but another sub account does not is not subscribed to those services. They are not eligible for those services. So so that those kind of controls can also be done from global account on what exactly needs to be needs what control needs to be given to which sub account. Then each sub account has basically your Cloud Foundry or Kubernetes. So these platform as a services you will get in the sub account. And within sub accounts, you have directories like mm, what you say, like basically directories are folders where you mm, like for the same sub account you can have a different what you say mm, like mm, different units are there in your organization, like HR is there, then you have IT department and maybe many. So so each can have one directory. Or in SAP term, you have SDMM, all those modules are there. So for each team, you can have a directory. So directory is basically just a folder. It does not have any kind of entitlement as such, but you can segregate different
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core component of SAP CAPM? Option A, Cloud Foundry environment. Option B, ABAP programming model. Option C, Kaima runtime. Option D, SAP HANA database. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to get great at managing supplies? Our SAP CAPM course is here to help. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAPM. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from basics to advanced tricks, made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this forever. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you found our course super helpful. Best part, it's affordable. This awesome opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP CAPM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Different teams based on those directories, basically. So these are the three account models which we follow. We will go in details here. So if you see global account is tied to customers' contract with SAP. As I told you, like you have to have a global account. In global account only, we manage all the contract with SAP, like what are the things which we need, and we need to pay for it. So everything we control through the global account. So it used to manage the sub account, as I told you, like which sub account will have which what entitlement. Like we have bought like suppose uh, like business application studio. I need uh, uh, 4 quotas of entitlement for business application studio. Then for authorization service, I need 8 instances or quota. So I can have those quotas and everything. I can buy it here, but it's like distribution of them needs it is upon me. Like which sub account I want, like for each sub account I want just one business application studio, or for one sub account I want two authorization service. For one, I want only one. I want so all those what you say segregations we can do through this global accounts. Global accounts also provide the guardrails within which sub accounts consume resources. So uh, it basically the same thing, like which resource, how much it can consume, and everything is being controlled from global account. So global account is very powerful, and like it controls all the sub accounts. Then do we have two models in global account, like subscription based model and consumption based model. So like customers can go for any of them. Consumption based model, like suppose I did not use something on daily basis. It's like sometimes I use, sometimes I do not. So I do not need it to be with me for every time. I'm like uh, all the time. So I can go for a consumption base. And subscription base is something like I will go for subscription, like monthly subscriptions, and I can use it anytime, anywhere. So that is the subscription based modeling. So so they will have a different kind of cost structure. Apart from that, in global account, we have a region environment as well. I'll explain more about them, but region is something which, like, whether it is in America, Europe, Asia, where is it? So that you need to tell, like, where you want it. Um, sometimes the cost changes with the region in which you want your like data center. So if it is near to where you are, then generally it costs less. But if it is far away, then it costs more. So, mm, and it's not always the case, but sometimes it does. And apart from that, environment is basically like, as I was telling you, like SAP offers us the environment of like Cloud Foundry environment or the Kubernetes environment. So these are basically a new environment. So those are some of the environment which SAP offers. New environment is uh, like basically something which SAP used to offer, and now it's phasing out. So, so SAP is not offering new for the customer, and for the old customer also, they are basically asking to shift to Cloud Foundry. So this is the environment. Within the global account, organizations manage all their sub account, which is specific to reasons. So as I told you, like whenever you create a global account, sub account from the global account, you need to tell like in which reason you want that sub account. So that is what this particular line says. And sub account consume platform entitlement and quotas provided by the global account. Same thing we already discussed, like entitlement and quotas are there, which needs to be consumed by the respective sub accounts. So if you see here, like there is a um, diagram where you can see there is a global account. And within that global account, you have three reasons. Reason X, Y, Z, and reason X is hosting sub account A. Reason Y is hosting sub account B. Reason Z is hosting sub account C. It's not always the case that you have to have different reason for different sub account. You can have same reason for the three sub account. That is also possible, and it's not limited to three. It's just for the diagrammatical purpose. It could be more. You could have 10 sub account also. So you can have reason X, reason X, reason X, and sub account ABC possible. So it's not necessary that you have to have different reason for different sub account. It can be same reason but different sub account possible. Okay. So now can anyone tell me like why we need to have different sub accounts? Why we like we can have one sub account also. What is the need to have different sub account? One of the reason, if anyone has any guesses. That's correct. You can segregate different in like environment like development, quality, production, sandbox, test. You can have different sub account for different purpose, but it's not like it's just limited to that. You can in dev also you can have multiple sub account for multiple reason. Like you just want one sub account for CPI and one sub account for business application studio. Means that is possible. Means you can have. Means it just depend on the business to business, but that is also possible. Okay. So sub account structure sub account organization need. Now, how we structure a sub account? So if you see this diagram, it says everything. Like in sub account A, also you have application service subscription. Sub account B also you have application service subscription. So like each sub account has different entitlements, but they all have these things, application service and subscription option. But it could be possible that this particular service entitlement you do not have, like you cannot use CPI standard account from sub account A. You can only use it from sub account B because the entitlement is given here only. So that could be a possibility, but it has the option of subscription and services and all those things. Each sub account has. So application means any software. Services is something, the instances which we are talking about. Subscription is something like business application studios. So these are something which are the part of sub account. So structure global account for organization need. So they structure global account into different sub account as per the organization need. So for application deployment or for service consumption, they can have a different sub accounts. Then it is associated to reasons. So Like each sub account need to have a reason. It's like every sub account only has one reason. So you need to tell whenever you are creating a sub account, you need to tell like which reason you want that sub account to be hosted in. Then then there's something like entitlement and quota, which we already spoke about. Then it isolate security members and data. So that isolation is done in sub account. Then it is separate from individual users account. Individual user account is different. Mm. So directory was told you like directory is something which is a folder kind of thing. So you can see here like you have a sub account in a global account. Then you have a directory. Inside that directory, you have a sub account and a directory. Similarly, to this directory, you have two sub account and one directory. The directory. So like you can segregate your organization structure uh, with this directory. Like this is something which will remain in this directory. Like what you say. Uh, there is a university. So university has a sub account. Like suppose this is a global university, it has a sub account. In that university, you have many colleges. So you can have a different directory for different colleges. So each of them will have some of the sub account, maybe one, maybe many. Then each colleges can have different department. Like they can have a IT department, they can have a electronics department. So for them, we can have a different sub account. So this is how it goes. So it can have up to 7 levels. So sub account is at the lowest level, and we can have these hierarchy with the help of directories. Grouping with directory is optional. You do not need to have a directory always, but some organizations prefer directory concept. So like we have an option of directory as well. But you all means it's not necessary to have a directory. So grouping it with directory is optional. Sub account can reset directly under the global account. Global account is always at the highest level. Sub account is always at the lowest level. Can have up to 5 layers of directory between global and sub account. Between a global and a sub account, there can be 5 level of directories. And total it can be a 7 layers. Now again, what is an instance, which we already spoke about, but let's see what is given here. Each subscription allows you to run one single instance of software for the subscription period. So whenever you subscribe to an instance, you need to, it will give you one single instance for that particular, but it's not necessary that that instance is always like you can only have one instance. Like suppose I am developing 4 or 5 application, and each application need an instance for the access UA, like user authentication. So I need to have a different instances for them for each application. But yes, everything comes with a cost, and it's not necessary that every time you are allowed to have multiple instances. Like it could be like if you're using a free account, then you can maximum use one instance of that particular service just to try out. And when you are buying it, then you need to tell like how many instances you want. So that is how it works. An instance is a single copy of software running on a single physical or virtual server. So as I told you, like it's a kind of if you know the object-oriented programming, then a class can have a multiple object. It's the same thing, instances or the class. So it's a single copy of that particular software. So uh, a software is there, and you can have a multiple instances for that. So each instance is a single copy of that software running on virtual server. So each instance will have some memory also. Like some some memory is given for each instance, like 1 MB or RAM may be given to one instance. If you want more memory, then then you need to have more instances. So those kind of things are there. If you run two copies of software on the same virtual or physical server, then it is counted as two instances. So you can have multiple instances of same software in your sub account, but it depends on the entitlements which are given to you for that particular sub account. Okay, so uh, the service instance operations area in cloud service management console views and manages subscriptions and service instances. Subscriptions originate from requests initiated in marketplace portal service catalog. So it's always like you need to whatever service you want, you need to buy it or subscribe it from the marketplace. Once subscription request is approved, service instance created reflecting service requirement details. So once your subscription is request is approved and you are subscribed to a particular service, then you can create an instance for that. And once you create that instance, it will show you all the information related to that particular instances. Like I told you before, like you need to have an API. So API is something which needs to have a URL and it needs to have some um, authentication details like like username, password. And service instances provide specifics like IP addresses provisions for the network component. So it provides IP addresses also. And based on pre-configured service offering design and consumer requirement, we have instances. Ultimately, whatever we require, we subscribe to only those instances as per the requirement of our design, like design or the like application or the code on which we are working, whatever we require, we consume that. We subscribe to those instances and we consume in our application. Destinations pointing to service instances. You have a service instance which you want to make accessible to application you are subscribed to. So you have to have a space developer role. Space developer role is needed to work in Business Application Studio. And there is something like space also in your BTP cockpit. So what is that space? Space is something which is for the developer, and the space is something which is the place where you deploy your applications. If you are creating something in your Business Application Studio, if you are building an application, then you need to deploy it to server. Then only it can be given to end user for testing, right? Or for using it, whatever. So to deploy it, you need a space. Without a space, you cannot do it. So that space needs to be created as well as a space developer role needs to be given so that you can basically deploy your application and just not just deploy, you can run your application inside that space. You can check the like it has many more information, like it has the application logs. Suppose you are using your application and it fails somewhere, so you can check the application log and see where it fails, why it fails, what is the error, so that you can see for each application you have something like API. So like it's possible that the application which you are building uh, is an auditor service. And it's not necessary that you always build something which is the which has to have a UI. So you are just building an auditor service, and that auditor service needs to be consumed by someone outside SAP to some third party system. So you need to provide them the URL by which they can consume that particular service. So that URL you can get from that space. Apart from the URL, you need to give them the authentication part. Like to consume any API, you need to have the auth credential. So so that part also you need to give it to that particular team, which is maybe SAP, maybe non-SAP, who are consuming it. So so that they can use it in their project and consume your auditor service which you have created. So all these things are done and see all these information you can get from space. You have a service instance which you want to make accessible to applications you are subscribed to. You have logged into cockpit and open the destination editor on sub account level. There is something like destinations in the cockpit. So what is the destination? Destination is something like, suppose today, like as I was giving an example, API or OData service, whatever, which you have created and you have given it to some other team and that team is consuming it. But it is possible that you need to consume an API from third party system or from SAP, maybe from on-premise or somewhere. So that configuration or the details of the URL and the authentication needs to be given in the destinations. So there is something like destination in the cockpit where you need to create a destination with respect to that particular OData service or the API. And after you give all the details, then you can consume that destination from your application. So we will go into details of everything what I am telling you, but this is just a high level overview which I am giving you just to make you acquainted with these terms on what these things are. So in future, when I will show you things, then you will just relate to it. So how you create a destination, that is what is given here. So choose new destination. There is something like destination. You need to create a new destination. There you need to uh, enter the. Wait a minute. So this is what like here what is given is it's related to just consuming a API which is from your instance, but it's not necessary that you are just consuming the API of the instance which you have created. It could be like third party API also you can consume. So anything for consuming anything, you need to have a destination. Okay, so instances sometimes need destination, sometimes you can directly consume it in your application. So it depends on which kind of instances you want to consume. But as I told you, instances are also kind of API, and the third party which API which you want to consume, it's also an API. So everything needs to have a URL. Everything needs to have some client ID, client secrets, everything like OAuth credential. So you need to have those things, and you need to basically configure it in your destination. Once you configure it in the destination and save it, your destination is created, and now you can use that destination for your application, like in your coding. Okay, so this is now what we will do is I want you to create a BTP trial account. So this is a trial account which which SAP has given for its developer uh, to do some like to create some applications without paying anything, just to practice, you can say. There's someone like PDP administrator who do it, so they manage it, and like generally the global account is managed by the client only, and the sub accounts are managed by the PDP administrator. So you can tell, like you can call it a security or anyone. Like it's like here it called as BTP administrator basically. Similar to basis, yes, but yeah. So they you can say basis do it here. as they act here as a administrator. So here you also have security part. So generally both the things are like here you do not have basis and security separately. Generally, an administrator do both the things. Sometimes some of the services you will not get in Singapore. That's why I told like it's better to create the US one. Means it depends on different reasons or the service provider on what services they are given for the trial account. So this US one has most of the services. So it's better to like create a sub account with US. Cloud Foundry runtime is something which comes by default for the trial account, and like also like in the paid one also Cloud Foundry is something which comes later on of what you do from here. Once you create the sub
Okay.
account, then you will see the option of Cloud Foundry, Kubernetes, and all, and from
Mhm.
there you need to choose. It's like just a document. You do not need to do anything. Trial account, you do not need to add any memory, nothing. They have given everything to you in plate. You do not need to do anything, right? So it's just a trial account. So you do not need
Mhm.
to do anything. You need to add anything. They have given everything what you need. Anything additional has a cost, and we do not need to go for it.
Yep.
Whatever
Okay.
is required for this training is already given in the trial account. Okay. Okay, you can see my screen, right? So this is my trial account, and if you see here, like these are the shortcuts for Business Application Studio, for CLI, for BTP, and APIs for SAP BTP. So you can go directly to these things without going into the cockpit. Say, like as I told you, like there is a CLI for BTP where you can, if I just click on this, so you need to download these things for like for accessing this CLI. So once you have these CLI, you can directly use your command prompt and you can just uh, create account and all those things from here only. It's from your command prompt only. So that is something which generally the admin do, but we do not need to do all those things. But just for your information, like this CLI is something where you do not need to log in and you need to do. If you suppose you need to give access to hundreds of users and all, so it's easy to do it through the command from CLI and it will just do it fast. Just you need to use some commands and everything will be created and all those things. We do not need to follow all these steps here. So that is one way. Today we will just see what is inside this trial account. Okay. So you have this account explorer here, which has this directories and sub account and sub account. As I was told telling you, that you can create a directory also, and you can create a sub account directory also. Here, I have a sub account which is of Amazon Web Services exist, which is already created by me. But you can create a new directory also, and within that you can have a sub account. You have the options to create directory, and within that you can have sub account. So that is one thing. Mm. Mm. Booster is something like uh, what are the service you need, you can like use this booster for them. Like I want to prepare an account for my web trial, I can just start from here and it will automatically do everything for me. Like mm, like subscribing to services, giving the roles and everything it will do for me. So I do not need to do all those things individually. Similarly for other things, it will do everything from here only. But like you can do it from your sub account as well. This is the entitlement where you assign the entities and services for your basically global account. If you see like this is the service, uh, this is the name of the this is the technical name of the service, this is the plan, and this is the quota assignment. So since this is a trial account, so only one quota is given. Alert notification is limited. So everything is limited here. So these are the things which are these 54 services are already provided by the SAP for the trial account. But if it is the paid account, then these things needs to be subscribed and paid. Right now, these things are given by default by SAP, and you can use them, and nothing more, nothing less. So you only whatever is given, maximum you can use that. Like you can have maximum 4 Cloud Foundry runtime, maximum one ABAP environment. So all these quotas are given, and you need to follow this quota. So we were talking about the quota. So see, mobile service is also one quota, and PostgreSQL one quota. So you can maximum have these in your trial account. They have done
O-
everything for you, and you do
Okay.
not need to do anything. It's already assigned, it's already given, just you need to use it. But in client environment, things are not same, it's different. There you need to subscribe to all the services which you want, and you need to pay for it in the global account. You need to tell like which sub account to use it, and accordingly that sub account will be able to use that. Yeah, in trial account it's not like that. It's everything is given to your sub account. Okay, but only you need to follow this quota. You cannot exceed your quota. Exceed your quota, you cannot change your plan. Like in your paid version, you could have more number of plans. Like here, mostly whatever is given is light or free plans. But there you could have standard plan or some other plans which has more memories, more usage, depending on more usage. In try like whenever we do it for our purpose, for development purpose, we do not need more memory and all those things. It's just a simple. We need to make a simple applications, not a complex application, and we need to see how it works. So for that purpose, they are given this trial account. Okay. So yeah, this is global account. Let's go to the sub account. So this is our cockpit. I have 76 entitlement. I have 16 instances subscriptions, which I've already subscribed for my work purpose. So here I have an option to enable Kaima as well, the Kubernetes or Kaima, which I was telling about. Like SAP BTP just do not just offer the cloud foundry, it offers the Kaima environment also. So if we need to use this environment, then we need to enable the Kaima. Right now, for our training purpose, we do not need the Kaima. So Cloud Foundry is enabled, and I have a space which is created. I have some applications which are deployed. So if you see yours, you will not have any applications or instances in this. But I have, so it's showing. Okay. What else? Okay. So if you see in Cloud Foundry environment, you need to have a API endpoint. You need to have organization name, organization ID. The limit of this memory is 4 GB. And there is an option to disable the Cloud Foundry as well. So we need these details whenever we log into the Cloud Foundry from our Business Application Studio. Like whenever we need to deploy our application, like we have built our application now, and we need to deploy it. So at that time, we need Cloud Foundry to deploy, because it whatever application we built, it needs to be deployed to Cloud Foundry. Cloud Foundry take care of everything, as I told you, like the um, all the packages which generally the runtime environment provides. So everything runtime environment and all the packages are already available in the Cloud Foundry. So you do not need to install anything in Cloud Foundry. It's already installed. It's already there. You just need to tell what are the things you need to use, and it will use that in Cloud Foundry. So that is the short introduction of Cloud Foundry. It has space quotas, and the members, and you have service. I was telling you about service marketplace. This is from where you need to subscribe to an instance or subscription. Like you need to subscribe. Like I want this particular service or instance. So I need to go here and I need to create. So it will create that service or instance. Similarly, like if you see here, you have a lot of things which SAP is providing, lots of services. Like for AI, they have given you this business entity recognition, data attribute, data document information extraction, then document translation into multiple language. Document extraction, what it basically it reads your it can read your PDF or Word or anything like that, or your basically JPG file. It can read all those things and it can store in the table as well. So those kind of thing it can do. So all those features of artificial intelligence uh, we can use through these services. And if you go down, then you can see that for application development and automation, they have provided us an ABAP environment, mobile services, build apps, build process automation. Similarly, business application studio and UI theme designer. For data and analytics, they have given us the audit log management. Also, like these are the database, PostgreSQL. Like if you do not want to use HANA DB, you can use this PostgreSQL. It is the cheaper option. Then Redis is also one of the database we use to store cache and all. HANA Cloud is there. We already know about it. Build work zone is something which is there. It's I think everybody knows about the BTP Launchpad, as we all are from SAP background. So SAP Launchpad is BTP Build work zone here. So it will have your it will have spaces and pages, all those things. It also has the option to have technical catalogs and all. But right, but these days we do not use um, catalogs, groups, and all. We use the spaces, pages, and all those things. So we can get through this build version. So it is the central entry point. This is HANA schema and SDI container. I will tell you in detail about this. This is something which contains your HANA database. So this is also required when you uh, use SAP HANA database. So this container is needed for that. Then you have more. I think we spoke about autoscaler, alert notification logging service, authorization and trust management. So, so these are the services which are provided by SAP. Like autoscaler will scale your application. Like if suppose you need more instances in for some times, then you can auto increase them based on the traffic. Then trust management is basically your mm, um, use for authorizations, logging services for the logs, transport management. If you want to transport from one environment to another, you can use this cloud transport management service. Continuous integration delivery, we saw it in the slide. It tells us about it helps us to do automatic deployment whenever we commit something in Git. It automatically deploys based on certain configurations which we have done. So that is one thing. And there is a job scheduling service. It's similar to your in your ABAP, you have something like background service, BDC and all. So it's similar to that job scheduling service. CAPM environment, I already told you. And then for CPI, you can use these things, KPI management and all. So this is related to CPI event match and all. So yeah, these are few of the services which are there. There are more, but those are not the part of trial. So for trial, they have given these services for us to use and explore. Let's go to instances and subscription. So if you see, like a few of the things are added in four subscriptions I have and 11 instances I have. So what is the difference between them? We already discussed this, but if I'll show you here, then you will understand it more. Like I told you, like these subscription things are basically the tools which we use where we can go and we can do certain things. Like in Business Application Studio, we can go and we can build our application. It's similar to Eclipse or Visual Studio. Then build work zone is something which is launchpad where we go and we assign spaces, create spaces, create pages. We assign those spaces to pages and all those things we do. So we need a tool to do all these things. So that is why we need this build work zone. Build process automation is for the workflow. Like whatever workflow, like it will go from this to this to this to this, from this user to this user, approval and rejections and all those things. So that is the part of build process automation. We also saw SAP build in our slide. That SAP build is basically for no code, low code development. So that is now the part of SAP build process automation. Previously, we had separate services or subscription for uh, this build process. Previously, it was not build process automation. Previously, it was workflow management and it was SAP build. Now they combine both and they make it as SAP build automation. So like it has the same features which they had, but it has additional features as well. So these are the subscriptions which are needed, and the instances is something like for HANA Cloud we need an instance because these instances are needed in my application which I built. It's because that application cannot run without these services. Why these services are needed? Like as I told you, I am creating an application, but it needs to have an authentication and authorization mechanism. So I need to have this authorization service. Otherwise, I cannot do that. Then I need to connect to HANA, but I cannot connect to HANA unless I am subscribed to this instance, SAP HANA Cloud instance. Similarly, what else is there? Similarly, there is a destination service. If I need to connect to a destination, then I need to have this service. Similarly, there are more like for connecting to build process automation, I need to have this. So let me show you in detail what exactly is this. I'll click on this. If you see, it has a service key. Whenever I create something, it automatically create a service key. If I click on the service key, it will show me the details of this particular service instance. What is in this detail? It has the details regarding the credentials which I will need to access this service. So it has a client ID, it has a client secret, it has a URL. I will need these things whenever I need to communicate to these instances. So, like in my application, I I need to basically bind to these service instances. Then only my application will work, or it will do the purpose what I want. Suppose I want to do the authentication services, authentication and all. Like it should be this application needs to be accessed only via these few users and not anyone else. And I need this service. Otherwise, I cannot do that. Similarly, there are multiple functionality of this UAA. I just told you one. When we will do the development, then we will see more of it. But yes, uh, this is how this instances work. So you can view credentials from here as well. It's the same thing. So either it means like you can use it, you can give it to some third party, they can use it. Means this is the credential to access this particular service. It's like that. So it's not just the service can be means used from one place. It can be used from someone else as well. But they need to have these credentials basically. So for anything and everything, you need a credential. Otherwise, you cannot. So if you want to use any service, you need to have a credential. So for need you so to have a credential, you need to subscribe to the service. And if you want to subscribe to a service, you need to pay for it. Everything is not free. So that is how it works. So for each and everything, there is some cost associated with it. You need to pay for it and you need to use it. Okay, environment. So we know it's a Cloud Foundry environment. Cloud Foundry environment is a multi-cloud environment. Spaces is something where I told you it's the place where you do the develop, means like you deploy your development basically. I'll just show you something which I have created, so you will have more idea. These are some test applications which I have created. So if you see here, like what is it? These applications are stopped now because I do not need it now, so I have stopped it. But I can run it through this start. And let me go to one of these applications. You can see like this application has this URL. If I click on this URL, it will take me to that particular application. It's not necessary that this application URL is only for the UI. Like I have a service URL as well for OData service. So this is the service URL for my OData service. So suppose I have developed some service, OData service, as we do it in a app also. We develop an OData service and we give it to a Fiori developer and they consume that service. So similarly, this OData service, we can give it to someone who is either a Fiori developer or someone else, means it's a kind of API. So you can give this API to someone else, since you definitely need to add this slash something 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 after this, like your entity name and all those things, service name, entity name, and then like it can be consumed. But this is the URL for it. And if you see the environment variables here, you will see the detail of the credentials. Because for any API to be consumed from outside or inside, you need this credential. So if you go here, you will see the credentials, same client ID, client secret, and everything for this particular test service. See? It's given test and this. This is the access happening. For this, I have a client ID, I have a client secret, I have an URL. So I need these things always to consume an API. It's not important. Let me look for logs. So right now I do not have any logs, but this is the place where you can see the logs and you can see if something is wrong or something is not working. And you can come here and you can see uh, why that error is coming. So this is the place where you need to go. This is HTML5 application. This is your SAP UI5 applications basically, which like in your UI5, like whenever you create a Fiori application or UI5 application, then there is two options. One is standalone application, another one is the managed app router option. Uh, so standalone is something which you just need a URL and you access it. Okay. So you just need a URL, you click on that URL and you can open that application. Simple. But the uh, standard app router application is something which you need to have if you want to show that application in your launchpad. Like in launchpad, if you want this application to be shown without giving the URL, like if you go to the SAP, we will go to it later on. Then you will understand more. But in SAP Build Work Zone, you need to create a tile for a particular UI5 application or Fiori application. And if it is a standalone application, then you will not see that application there. And if it is a app router application, then you like this, you can see it's a managed app router provided by SAP Build Work Zone Standard Edition. So if you see that, like if you have created a application with managed app router, then only you will see those application here in this application names. And like I have one here. So then only like I can see this application here as well as in SAP build work zone, and I can have a tile for that. So that is the purpose of managed app router. Hmm. If anyone has any confusion, questions, you can ask. We will be doing everything in detail, but still, depends. Destinations, I was telling you about a destination, like you have to create a destinations for anything and everything which you want to consume outside SAP, even inside SAP. So I'll tell you what are the things which you need to build inside SAP and means destination for that. Like if you see instances which we have created, we do not need a destination for that. But uh, but we have created few destinations here, like one for this accessing the authentication API or authentication. Another one is SAP.com, something. Then maybe it's like there could be some third party URL also. These are just related to SAP, but there could be a third party URL also which we want to consume. We have the API, like I showed you the API which was there inside this spaces, and we can give it to someone else. Someone else has also created some API in their environment, some third party who is not an SAP, and they can provide that API, and we can use that API to create the destination. So if you create a destination, it will ask for a name for that destination. You need to give a name. You need to give a description. Means what is that destination for? You need to give the URL. Okay. Now on authentication, they have provided us first of all. Let's go to proxy type. Proxy type, we have internet, on-premise, and private link. These three options are there. If you want to consume something from SAP on-premise, you need to select this option. If you want to give a URL, which is internet URL, and you need to select internet, like third-party SAP third on SAP system. Then we generally give internet, and for SAP connection, you need to give on-premise and the authentication. Like we have so many authentication services which are there. Generally, what we use is either basic authentication. Basic authentication is your username and password which you need to give, or we use this client credential. So here they ask us to give the client ID, client secret, and the token service URL. Okay. So I showed you there, like there was a client ID, there was a client secret, and there was a URL. So we need to provide all those things here, as well as the URL of the API which I want to connect. So these things, if I provide and save, then only I will be able to connect to that particular system. I can give some additional properties also based on my requirement. So then I need to click on new property, and I need to select those properties. So I have these many properties. So these have some purpose, but when it is required, then we will discuss about that. Okay. I think this is the destination. Now let's understand about the cloud connector. Cloud connector is something which is needed when you connect on-premise. Like on-premise system, to connect that, you need a cloud connector, simple. So there is what you say. There is an application for cloud connector which you need to install in your on-premise system on that server, and there you need to give all the credentials. Since I do not have any on-premise server at this point of time, I'm not showing you that part, but that is something which is done by the basis team. What they do is they need to install this cloud connector in their system, in that particular server to which we want to connect, and then in that server they need to give all the informations about this cockpit. As I told you initially, like there is an organization ID, there is some details. So all those details are required by that cloud connector. And once you give all the details and credentials, then only it will show as connected here. Means you are not doing anything here. Here you cannot do all those configuration. You need to do it in in that cloud connector. And once you do establish that connection and you click on refresh, you will see that cloud connector here. So that is how the cloud connector works. And once you have a cloud connector, then you can um, consume or send anything from BTP to SAP on-premise. Like you can communicate with that to your destination. Like even if you have a cloud connector, you need to have destination to connect to cloud connector. But in destination, what you will choose is on-premise instead of internet. So yeah, this is about the connectivity. So this is how we connect to outside world or inside world. Now let's go to security. In security, we have these many options like users, role collections. So anything like if you want to create role, like roles are already provided here. For business application studio, you have an administrator, developer, or the cloud connector, launchpad admin, process admin, HANA Cloud. So for any services which I have consumed, it will have a corresponding role. If that role is not assigned to me, I will not be able to access that service in spite of uh, creating that service. So creation of service is one thing, but you need to have the role also for that service. Okay. So for process automation, you need to have automation developer role or admin role based on what you need. Then for cloud administrator, you need to have this role. For cloud viewer, you need to have this role. So there are many roles which are created for particular purpose. Like business application studio developer is also there. Administrator is also there. So they have some purpose. Like administrator is to manage user data, and a developer is able to develop the application. So we have more roles. This is just the roles of the services which I have already subscribed. And for the remaining which I have not subscribed, I cannot see those roles there. I need to uh, subscribe first, and then I will see the role, and then I need to add those roles in my account. So if you want to use that user authentication service, like as I told you, like you are subscribed to UAA there in instances, then you need to have this UAA to connection subscribe, like assigned to you this particular role collection. So role collection is something which is kind of group, which is role collection is a kind of group. Like in SAP, you have groups and roles. So this is the group. Here, the group is called role collection in BTP. So role collection is a set of different roles. Means role collection can have many roles inside it. And what is a role? A role is something which is here. So you have so many different roles. If you see, like there are around 125 roles. So you can merge 2, 3 roles, whatever roles you want to give, and create a role collection. And you can assign that role collections to users. And this is how it goes. Like roles have some specific functionality. Role collection is something which is the collection of those specific roles. We have an option to create our own roles also here, and also like we create whenever we create an application, there also we create few roles related to that particular application. So we create custom roles also, so that not everybody uh, have the ability to access that application. Only the roles which are assigned to that particular person can access that particular application. Next is trust configuration. So trust configuration, by default, it has this default identity provider, but you can have more trust configuration. Uh, Suppose your like this is something which is not related to a developer, but just for your information purpose. It's not necessary that always the roles are coming from the SAP. It could be like the roles are created in Azure or somewhere else, and you are just using the trust configurations to import those roles there. So there will be some connections established. You need to give the detail of those configurations, and then like those users which are created in Microsoft Azure, they can easily use it without having an SAP account or something. So that is possible. Generally, like in most of the clients, we can see multiple configurations where the data are coming from different sources. It's the user details basically. So it's generally what happens is like this BTP cockpit access is not given to the end users. So how they access the application, they have the URL like they are just given the access to the build work zone. That URL they will click on that URL and they will see the launchpad. In launchpad they will see all the tiles and they can just click on that and they can use it. So that particular access and all are controlled through this trust configuration. Then you can see the entitlements which are given for your particular sub account. If you see here, like I have consumed one above environment here, so now I have remaining global quota is 0. I have not consumed the alert notifications, so it's 1 only. So all the entitlement which are related to this particular sub account, I can see here. In global account, I could see all. Here, I can see only the one which are given to me for my sub account. So there can be multiple sub accounts and there could be different quotas for different sub account, different services, maybe for that purpose. Mm. So this is how the usage is done and all those things. So this is something uh, which which like which can help in understanding the usage, which services use more and how it is used. So we can just analyze that and we can accordingly, if needed, we can add more instances to that service so it does not fail and all those things. So this is the usage analytics, what is used, how it is used, how much MB is used for what purpose on what day. So this gives us all those details. So okay, so this is the BTP sub account. Now I will show you. Let's go to that. So like as you all are mostly from ABAP background and from um, CPI, I think 2 or 3 are from UI5, others all are from ABAP background or CPI, I think 2, 3 are there. So what I will do is I will just means explain you uh, JavaScript as well. Like here for our development in CAPM, we generally need JavaScript, the Node.js. Like JavaScript is basically for the Fiori development, and Node.js is for the middleware. So I'll just give you some brief overview on what they are. This is the disclaimer. Go through the cloud computing and BTP and BTP fund model, which we already discussed. So I'll just go through those slides first, and then we will see the main part. So we already went through these deployment models. I'm just going through the slides again. Most of the slides are common, but just I was going through them again. If you see here, like we discussed about IAS, PAS, and SAS. So IAS is basically for IT admin, PAS for developers, and end users is SAS. If you see, the control is mostly more when you are in IAS because uh, they are the main admin, and the control started reducing once you go from IAS to PAS to SAS. So this is how this works. So IAS was like whenever we created a BTP account, mm, we choose a service provider, their reason, like if it is AWS or Azure or US region, Singapore region, or Europe region, or whatever. So that we do for IAS. PAS, we do basically it's our cloud foundry here. It's a platform as a service, which is like this platform is given as a service. This platform has built-in runtime environments, deployment tools to develop to do the development. You do not need to install anything. You just need to go to this particular platform and you need to do everything from there. So Google App Engine and Heroku are the example of EAS. In our case, Cloud Foundry is an example. And this is SAS. The spelling is wrong. SAS it should be software as a service. The software as a service, as I told you, it's related. It's basically Microsoft 365 or Gmail, or in SAP concept is if we say like it's SAP Salesforce or SAP Ariba. So all those things comes under this SAS. And then BTP. Okay. This slide we have not discussed in detail. So I'll just explain you something about this. So since you have seen everything now, so you will connect to those things. So SAP BTP is divided into 4 sections. Now I think it is clear. Okay. So SAP BTP is divided into 4 sections like database and data management, analytics, application development and integration, and intelligent technology. See what are the things inside this. In database and data management, you have SAP HANA, SAP HANA Cloud, SAP Data Intelligence, SAP MDG. So these all are the database. Apart from this, we also see that there is Redis also. There is what was it? PostgreSQL also. So these all are the database related uh, things. Apart from that, in analytics, we have SAP Analytic Cloud. We have SAP Data Warehouse Cloud. Then we have Business Objects BI. Then before HANA and etc. etc. For application development and integration, you have extension suite and integration suite. And the process orchestration. This process orchestration includes your SAP Business Process Automation. So business process automation, integration suite, and extension suite. The integration suite is your CPI, which helps in integrating two different third-party systems, uh, or SAP, SAP and non-SAP both uh, are integrated through integration suite. SAP process orchestration, yeah, or SAP process automation is basically for your build process automation, like for your workflows or to have a low code no code uh, application. We use SAP process orchestration. So this is another thing which come under the application development, and third thing is extension suite. So this in this training we will learn about this extension suite only. The extension suite is something which we covered as the part of this uh, uh, next few days, the training which we are going. Then we have intelligent technologies because SAP has to be with the current technology. Otherwise, it will means no client will basically go for SAP if it does not update itself with time, because these days all the clients generally ask for artificial intelligence. Like everyone wants to implement Gen AI in their system, or they have something in the pipeline. So that is generally needed. Automation everyone wants. Uh, Automation in their process so that they could reduce their resources and they can um, have a better what do you say performance, because if it is human then the chances of mistakes are more. If it is automation then it is faster and basically you can have more and more a number of processes at a time, so that will make the process fast. So AI business services, Internet of Things, everything comes under this. So this particular line, intelligent technologies. So SAP BTP is it supports Open Runtime, Open API, Open Runtime, as I told you, JRE or Node.js. So all those runtimes are supported here. Open environment. So previously in SAP, you could not have so many flexibilities like it's SAP ERP, you can say. Then it supports cloud, on-premise, hybrid, all these things. So we already uh, had the slides for that. So I'm not going in details, but yes, these are the capabilities which it has. Account model we just saw. I'm just going it through it again. These things we already saw. Regions, like if you saw here, there is a global account. This we already saw this slide, but in this slide, if you see, there is a region. Inside that you have an application, service, data, environment, and infrastructure. Each region has these things. Similarly, environment has runtime, services, and tools. Like environment, you can say is your Cloud Foundry environment. So in Cloud Foundry environment, you will have a runtime, like as I told you, JRE and all those things, services which we are subscribing to. No, services which are like, you can say, instances, tools, tools which are we are subscribing to, like Business Application Studio and all. So these all collectively helps in building an application. Then we have this. So this is very important. This diagram is very important uh, from the perspective of the exam also, because they ask like what is the relationship of what with what. So if you see here, like you can have 0 to n entitlements in a global account. Then you have again 0 to n billing information in this. Then you have a region, admins, and license type, which can be uh, maximum n and minimum 0. Then global account can have 0 directly. As I told you, like it's not necessary to have a directory. You can directly have a sub account also, but it's not necessary to have a sub account, but sub account also. So that's why it's given 0 to n. But you should have one sub account, because global creating a global account will not solve the purpose. It has to have a sub account for solving some purpose. So yeah. So there's a directory. Within the directory, you can have sub account. Yeah, directory has entitlements. Sub account has quotas. These are 0 to n. So you can have these cardinality. Similarly, indirectly, you need to have minimum one admin. Maximum could be n. Then business user, it could be from 0 to 1. Then you have in sub account, you have admins, reason, and business user IDP. Business user IDP again 0 to n. And you have it will only have one reason. As you just created a sub account, you can see like uh, you have to select a region for which you want to create a sub account. So for each sub account, you can have different reason, but for one sub account, it has to have only one reason. So that is the reason. And admin, like minimum one admin is required. Maximum it can be n number of elements. Then environment, it can have 1 to 3 environment. 1 to 3 is like uh, one is Cloud Foundry environment, number two is Kaima environment, and number three is the new environment. New environment is not there anymore, but these are means like it's there for very few clients which have not migrated till now. But for the new client, it is not there. So that is why these three, so 1 to 3. So either you can have one environment or you can have all the three for your purpose. So if you see here, we have these four environment: Cloud Foundry, Neo, Kaima, and ABAP. ABAP generally comes under Cloud Foundry only, but that is also kind of environment. So if it is asked like how many environment, then we can say it's four environment. But we generally what we do is in the Cloud Foundry we subscribe for the ABAP services. You will not see any separate environment for that. Neo to already phased out, so you will not see that also. That is why when you created a trial account, you see Cloud Foundry and Kaima there. Okay, Cloud Foundry, we just saw. It is a polyglot cloud application. Like in the exam, they ask whether it is a polyglot or monoglot or whatever. So it is a polyglot cloud application. Polyglot means it supports multiple languages. That is why it is a polyglot cloud application. It's an open source platform as a service, because Cloud Foundry is not something which is specific to SAP. Cloud Foundry is something which non-SAP non-SAP or other service provider also use. So it's not related to just SAP. SAP use Cloud Foundry, that we can say. So it comprises a set of specifications and tools around the whole system development lifecycle. So it helps us in doing the application development, deployment, service dependency management, security, and more. So all those things comes under the Cloud Foundry. What else? Like we already discussed these things, so I'm just uh, reading it. If you have any question, you can ask. For interaction, Cloud Foundry offers command line interface, as I told you. Like we have a command line interface for BTP. We have a command line interface for Cloud Foundry. If you want to uh, create, like if you want to bind, like you have created a service in your BTP, but you have to consume that service or bind that service with your application. So you cannot do it without this Cloud Foundry. So you need to bind those services with your Cloud Foundry, and also Cloud Foundry is used to deploy your application to the space which is provided in the Cloud Foundry. So for all these things, like Cloud Foundry is responsible. So it allows for high automation through scripting. So you can have an automated script. So you can just run that script and it will do everything automatically. So you don't need to write also. So all those times kind of functionality is also there in Cloud Foundry command line interface. You can build your application on open standard like Java, Node.js, Python. So they provide the build packs and the runtime for these open standards. Why is the need to have these? Like previously we had a BAP, but the problem was like first of all, like these open source are very uh, like they are vast in upgrading them. So they are always latest and they are supported by multiple devices, and they have multiple features, and the most important thing is they are open source and they are free. So they are used by most of the uh, mm, clients. Another thing is like mm, what do you say? Mm, Suppose tomorrow a client does not want to stay with SAP. They do not need to be in SAP, because whatever they have built in CAPM, they have built on the open source and they can take that application outside SAP as well. So that kind of flexibility is given here. So you can build an application. If you want to build it on a web, then you have an option of using RAP. If you want to use this open source, then you can do that as well. So SAP is providing his client the flexibility for everything so that they can use whatever is good for their business. They can use all the latest features which they want, yeah, and follow the hybrid process. Some they can take from SAP and some they can take from non-SAP. And uh, like the use of CAPM is like why we use CAPM is like whenever we use a WAP or a RAP model, it is something which is like closely binded. You cannot separate them from each other. Like you cannot separate database from your service layer. But here that separation can be done. You can easily use here everything is loosely binded in case of CAPM. So you can what you can do is you can tomorrow if you want to change your database, you can do it instantly without doing much changes. Previously, we used to, if the client want to change their database, they had to go through a lot of things, like 6 months of project for doing that. But right now, with this CAPM model, what they can do is they can do it instantly, maybe in a week or two. So it's that fast. So that is why the clients like SAP has created this CAPM model. Other things which are supported is PHP, Ruby, and Go also. Go is something which is the part of Google. So these are also supported in Cloud Foundry. Neo, as I told you, it's a data center of SAP, and the Neo environment historically was the first environment available on PTP, and at that time we had SAP Web IDE for doing the developments. Now they have phased out WebID as well as Neo. But it is it is the first thing which SAP had started. Also, while the other environment are supposed to run on infrastructure as a service like AWS, Google, Alibaba, or Azure, the Neo runs in the SAP data centers. Neo lets you develop HTML5, Java, and SAP HANA extended application services. But if you see in Cloud Foundry, it is wider. It has a wider scope. It's just not HTML5 Java. It can you can develop more languages there like Java, like Node.js, or you can like Python, and then more are getting added day by day. So 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 it has more features in comparison to this new environment. Also, you can use the UI development toolkit for HTML5 to develop a rich user interface. Recipe UI5 development can be done from new. So we use WebID for that purpose. Kaima environment. So we have not discussed more about Kaima, but I'll just tell you what exactly is Kaima because we saw like we could enable Kaima as well. Kaima is also one of the environment where we can create an application. So it is also open source, similar to our Cloud Foundry, uh, and it also manages the application life cycle. But the advantage of Kaima is like it is it helps in creating the serverless functions, uh, and it mainly focuses on containers and container orchestrability and all. So, so SAP system connected to a Kaima environment expose APIs and events collected under the service catalog. Okay. To extend the existing logic of these SAP server, you can use. So as I told you, you can build serverless functions called function in Kaima. So you can build that and expose it directly. So like that will be deployed, and you do not need to write much of the code. You can just build a function, do whatever you want to do to drag and drop and all those things, and you can deploy it. So those things are possible through Kaima. like what is the serverless function? Serverless function is something like you already have something, some application which you are using for last 3 4 years. Now you want, it is very stable application. Now you want to add a functionality to it, but you do not want to do anything inside that application because it is very stable and it is being used by many of the clients. So what you do, you build a serverless function and you connect that serverless function to your application and you use it. It's like, so that application will have a new feature as well, and you do not do any changes in that application also. So in those kind of thing, like Kaima is mostly used. Then ABAP, most of you know what it is. This BTP also offers an ABAP environment. Like you can do RAP development from BTP. Like you cannot do it inside the BTP. You need to do in Eclipse, and you need to have a plugin for that, for a web plugin inside that, and you can use it. So web environment mainly targeted on creating extension for a web-based product. So suppose you have already an application which is in a web, and um, you want to uh, like what is it? You want to use it in BTP, then you can just do it through RAP programming. So such as S/4HANA Cloud, but also lets you develop independent cloud applications. So RAP is something which uh, like you can do for S/4HANA Cloud or also for the independent cloud application. Technically, a WAP environment lives within the cloud foundry environment. So as I told you, like a WAP environment is not something different. Like you do not have an option like you have the option for Cloud Foundry enablement or for the Kaima enable. You cannot have something like enable a WAP environment. You will not see something like that. It's something which is inside the Cloud Foundry environment only, but you need to subscribe to that particular service, a web service. The web environment based on the latest web platform cloud releases. So it always keeps on updating. So you will always have a latest release of a web. And software stacks contains technology components that are familiar from the standalone application server app. Okay, the web supports the RAP, including Fiori and CDS. So as I told you, it supports RAP and it helps in creating the Fiori applications from RAP, and also it's create this CDS coded as a service. So I think that we have already configured the B2B trial in the Visual Studio. We will see in the next session. I think I am done here. You need to, what we need to do. Do you have this Node.js installed in your machine? Like if you do not have it, then what you need to do is you need to go to nodejs.org and install the latest version. I don't know how your organization controls it. If you can download it directly, or they have some software
Yeah,
centers from which you
we
can download.
yeah.
So you need to ask for it. So you need to get this down, this Node.js install. So I'll just show you where is nodejs.org. So if you see, like here you have the current latest release, so you can just download it. Means you cannot download here, but you need this thing for the Node.js. So you can raise a request or whatever is applied to you. Apart from that, you will also need this Visual Studio. I don't know if you have. If you don't have, then it's better to have it. So if I'll show you the Node.js, then you can do the practice also in this Visual Studio. Visual Studio is also something which is similar to Business Application Studio. Like Business Application Studio is made from Visual Studio only. And like 90% of the features of Business Application Studio is same as Visual Studio. Okay, so it's like if you want to do your development in Visual Studio instead of Business Application Studio, you can do that as well. maybe you will not have all the functionality, but you can. So it's good to have Visual Studio also with you. So what I will suggest is you guys have these two installed in your machine by tomorrow, so we can do some hands-on on Node.js, as well as I will just give you an overview of JavaScript as well. So that will help you in future classes. Okay, so that completes my session, and you can ask anything now. You, if you have any questions related to today's session.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the programming language used in SAP CAPM for developing business logic? Option A, Java. Option B, Python. Option C, NodeJS. Option D, ABAP. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get great at managing supplies? Our SAP CAPM course is here to help. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAPM. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from basics to advanced tricks, made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this forever. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you found our course super helpful. Best part, it's affordable. This awesome opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP CAPM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So let's have an interactive session, and let's me like what do you understand by the client and server? Like what is the difference between them? Client side and server side. So yes, that's true. Like it's a kind of like request response thing where you a client is sending a request and server is sending a response back based on what is requested. Suppose I want to access a website, so I send the URL to the server, and the server in turn send me uh, the content. So it's, or in an easy way, if you can say, then that is like a client is someone who is um UX, like whatever you are seeing on your system, and server is something where we from which we are getting the data or response. Okay, so in client side, you can have the validations like checking the mandatory fields and all those stuff. But in server side, you can have a business logics, um, order database. So in simpler term, we can say like this is client and this is server. Now let's come to JavaScript and Node.js. Both are JavaScript only, like as a language, but have a lot of difference still. So like JavaScript is mainly a client-side scripting, and Node.js is mainly a server-side scripting. So so what we do with the like JavaScript, what we do is simply what do you say, design a UI. From JavaScript, you can have logics also, but mainly if you see based on the segregation of client and server side, it's generally recommended not to have too much of logic in the client side and uh, have more of validations or the user interface part. So That comes as a client side. Server side is something where it process the request which you have sent, you have asked for, and based on your authorizations, authentications, it fulfills the request, and definitely it has some user, some kind of business logic behind it. So, so yes, so this is what is client side and server side. Let's you do not need to do it directly from the server. It means like generally any organization give Node.js to their means like they should have some kind of software center from where you can download or you can request it from your IT. So that should not be a difficult thing. Okay, yeah. Even if you have not been able to do it because of your organization policy, still like you can see how it works. It would have been better if you had it with you. So if someone who has downloaded it, like you can see, like this is in the command prompt, you can just write node and you will see that the prompt has opened where you can write anything related to Node.js, like console.log. So you see, it's giving the answer as hello world. So it's recognizing the Node.js. So if you have installed, then you can check whether it is giving the like whether it's recognizing the node or not. So it's giving the node version as well, whatever is installed here. Also, like you can do your like Node.js code here also. Like as I told you, like console.log, I tried hello world, it printed hello world. So this is one of the command which we use in the like Node.js to print something, like uh, print something on server. So that like server is something like if it is something on the client side, then the user can easily see it on the screen. But if something is on the server side, then you will not be able to see it on screen. Like when you send something to server and they want to print something, you send to say want to send you like uh, something like console.log, then that log will be uh, what you say. It will be there uh, in your logs and traces. Yesterday also I showed you in the spaces there was an option of checking the log. So if you have this console.log, then you can check like mm, that that particular message, and you can just debug that yes, this particular line has already come. Means this is executed, this is not executed. So that uh, mm, helps in debugging if something goes wrong on the server side. So this is one of the first command where which we use for Node.js. But to work on the like Node.js, you need to have Visual Studio Code, or you can do it in your Notepad as well. Like you can write your program in Notepad, and you can easily run it on the command prompt. Let me try to do it. So let's see if it works in Notepad, and then I will show you how it works in Visual Studio. Generally, we use it in Visual Studio because that is more easier option. But if someone does not have that, then they can try with this Notepad as well. But yes, you need to have this Node.js installed in your system to work with me here. So in Node.js or in JavaScript, we have something like var, let, and const. These are the three things which we have. We do not have anything like int, string, or like float. We generally have these things in different languages. So here we have only like where, let, and const, and it identifies the variables based on what is given. Like if I give it as like where uh, I is equals to hello, so it recognizes that this is a string because I have given it in the double quotes. Similarly, if I give something like where j equals to in double quotes, I'll just say 10. So it will recognize it as an integer. So you do not need to worry about it. Means you do not need to say like what is the data type for this particular variable. It automatically recognizes. So this is how it works in JavaScript as well as Node.js. Both follow this similar thing. That is why if someone knows JavaScript, then it is easier for them to understand Node.js as well, because the language is almost similar, but there are some differences uh, which also we will understand. But just to make it familiar, I'm just explaining you how it works. So we have where, we have let mm, let p equals to something something something. So we have let and we have something like const. So these three are the things which we have. So const, as the name suggests, it's a constant. So if I make something as constant, like suppose I have made r as constant, then I cannot change it later on. It will remain constant throughout. You cannot change it. Sometimes we by mistake change something, some variables, and we do not want to change it. So that's why we use const, so that it helps us to like um, remain to remain as it is, and do not, and we can't change it. Like now, what is a where and let? Where and let are both the similar thing. Like they are variables, like they store variables, but there is a small difference in them. Like uh, variable is something like I've written where I equals to hello. Then there is something like scoping. Scoping is within some uh, you can say within a scope, like within these curly braces. If I have written something like where j equals to 2, so now in the console dot log I will write print the j, not console dot okay, console dot log I will try to print j and see how it works. Okay, so we will understand how it works. Let's save it, save as. So I will save as test. Okay, so I need to know, like, let me give the, if I do control C here, so you can see, like, if I press control C, it will exit, or like I need to write dot exit. Anything is fine to exit. So I'm just doing control C to exit. Now what I will do, I need to run it. This is under users, right? Users. So there is some error here. Cannot find the module. It is there. No, it doesn't find it. To give the extension as .js. Right now it was .txt. That's why it does not work. Let's try it again. So you can see like it gave me the answer as 2 because I changed this variable from 10 to 2. Okay. So now what I will do, I want to change this p also in the same way. Let's see if it works. So I'll do let p equals something else. So skip this one. Right. So I'll save it. And I need to do a console.log again. So here if you see, I did not get the answer as Sasank, I get the answer as world. Why? Because the scope of this P is inside this curly braces. So this is the main difference between where and let. Where allows, like where is basically, even if you are giving it inside this scope, it does not limit itself to this scope. So you get like you get the value change as 2 here and it printed 2. If I would have printed E inside this scope, then I would have got this as Sasank. See, I got Sasank as the answer. But outside this scope, it does not recognizes it. So this is how this where and let works. This is the main difference. Otherwise, both are variable and const is the constant. So is it clear? So similarly, we have in the JavaScript, like we have if else, which we have generally, we have it in any other language. So here also we have if else, like if r equals to 5, then do this, else this. So here if I do console log, okay, so I got high because our value was 7, not 5. So it went to else and it gives high. So this is how it works. If else, generally we all are programmers, so we know if else and all those things. Only the syntax might change from one language to another. Like here also, like there is one more concept of this. Suppose I put rs and I save it. Now let's see if it works. What do you think? What will be the answer? What I will do, I will put one more equal to here. Now tell me what will be the answer. Hello or hi? So the answer is high. Why the answer is high now? And there's no syntax error because equals to, just check the value. Like it was 5, both matches, it gave hello. But when we gave it as 3 equals to, then it also checks the data type. Here the data type is string, and here the data type is integer. So string integer does not match. That's why it went to else and it gave up. So this is where it is slight different from other languages, because like in other languages you have something like this is this, like this is integer, this is float, this is string. But in JavaScript you do not have something like that. We just have where, or we just have like those things. So so for that purpose we have this concept where it compares your data type when you give 3 equals to, and means data type as well, the value as well as the data type. But if you are just giving equal to, it will not check the data type. So generally it is recommended to always give 3 equals to, so it gives the proper correct result. Okay, so I'm not going in much detail here. Like you also have for loop and all those things. So it is similar as you have for other language. So it's JavaScript, Node.js, everything works in the similar way. So I'm not going into details. It's just to show you how it works, just to make it familiar. Uh, I just showed you a simple example of these things. Let me go a bit down. So what is a Node.js? Node.js is an open source server environment. Okay, yes, it is an open source server environment. As I told you yesterday also, like SAP is going for the open source technology so that it can be used anywhere by anyone with no additional cost. Anyone can download and use, so it's simple. And so that is why it's an open source environment, Node.js. It runs on Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS, as well as on any browser. Not browser specific, it's not platform specific. It works across everything. So that is why it is very much in use. It is a backend JavaScript runtime environment. It's not a language. It is a runtime environment. So Node.js is a backend JavaScript runtime environment. Why it is a runtime environment? It's because it basically runs on the V8 JavaScript engine. Previously, like when the Node.js was created, it was created in Chrome. Like Chrome basically works on V8 Java engine, and like what they did is like to make what they did is like there was a JavaScript code. That JavaScript code was basically converted to C++ in V8 engine, and then run. So what they are doing, they have a class like internally. Uh, there is C++, and they convert the JavaScript like Node.js, whatever is there. They convert it into the C++ and then they run. So internally that is what happens, but externally what we can see is like Java, like we are programming in JavaScript and all, but internally it when at the time of compiling it change it into that, and then it basically proceed. If you see here, like initially it started with Chrome, so your JavaScript code goes to V8 and the result is given by the V8. Similarly, Node also, it works in the similar way, but it is written in V8 is basically written in C++. So that is how this Node works. But like uh, the main reason of introducing Node is like most of the people know JavaScript because they are a UI developer. So not to learn something different, just to have JavaScript at both front end as well as at the back end. This Node.js was very convenient for the developer. So Node.js is something which is non-blocking or synchronous runtime environment. What is non-blocking? Uh, like what do you say? Non-blocking is basically like it's a single thread, which is suppose I ask Node.js to do something and like to bring something from the server, and it's taking some time to bring it to from that server. Okay, so in the meantime, I gave Node to do some other task as well. So what it will do, it will not wait for that task to respond back. Like what it will do. Suppose it takes like 5 seconds or something, or one second. So in the meantime, it will perform all the other tasks. Once it get the call back from that server, like you have the data ready, then it will show it. But it will not wait for it. So that is why it is non-blocking or synchronous. So it keeps on doing work with other tasks as well simultaneously. So that is how the node works so that is why it makes it faster, and it has an application to many other um, applications. Like you create web applications, that is the simple thing, but you create real-time chat as well. What is a real-time chat? Like um, chat is something which two people do from different places. Uh, Whether it could be anything, it could be WhatsApp, it could be anything. So you, whenever you are sending something, other person is doing something. So it's basically means they are sending their message. In the meantime, like there could be 50 people in the chat. So what I do, it is only one thread, and like whoever is sending it first, it's showing the message of that particular person. So it works in that way. So that is why it helps in real-time chat. It helps in REST API. Like yesterday also we saw that we can create an API in CAPM. So CAPM is basically built on Node.js. Like it can like CAPM can be coded in Java as well. But here we will learn about Node.js. So CAPM in Node.js helps in creating the API-based application. So we will see how it generates an API-based application. Yesterday I gave you some idea on what is the API. It's a similar thing as the OData service, which you guys are familiar with more. Then it helps in Internet of Things, data streaming. Data streaming is something like Netflix or any other streaming giant. So they also use Node.js for their streaming purposes because of its single-threaded and non-blocking nature. Also, the single-page applications, complex single-page applications can be created with Node.js. So yeah, so these are the few applications, like few places where we can apply this Node.js. Installing, we already have done basics of Node.js. I have explained uh, basic. Let's go for the library. Like Node.js is basically a set of libraries. So it has given us few libraries. You just need to do is you need to apply those library. Like you need to use that library, and that's it. So how to use the libraries? For that, like now, what we will do, we will not do the this in the notepad. What we will do it in the Visual Studio. So this is my Visual Studio. Let me show you. So this is something which I have already created for the purpose of simplicity and for the time, for saving the time. So if you see here, like you can open the file. Right now we have created a file, we can open it from here. by going to that particular folder. So these are the file which I have already created for our session to explain you how Node works. So before this file, one important thing is like terminal. We were doing this node space the test. So this thing we need to do somewhere, right? To get the output. Like this is the kind of CLI. So we need to have that to run our code. So what we will do, we will go to file, not file. We will go to this demo, or we will what we'll go here. There is something like open integrated terminal. So we need this terminal to run our Node.js command. So this is important. This terminal is very important. So this is very important. Now what will happen is I need to run, but before running anything, I need to write a code. I have written a code. Let's open it and see how it works. So this is the function. Function is something uh, which is for like we already must be familiar with the functions. It is like it is a specific what do you say uh, like for a specific purpose we create something like function where which we can call from anywhere and get the data. Basically it executes that data. Like in this case, if you see, like we have created a function add to add two numbers a and b. So we can call this functions from anywhere and we can get the answer. We do not need to write this again and again that how the add works. So we just call it and we get the answer. Okay. So what I have done, I have created a function, simple function of add a and b. Now this console.log is okay. It will print hello. That is not a difficult thing because we already saw it here. But the second thing is this add 4,5. So we are sending this add 4,5 here, and it's returning the corresponding answer. So it should return 4 plus 5 as 9. So let's see if it works. Not demo, sorry. Node, then test. Extra. Okay. So it's printing hello, as well as it's giving me the output of 4 and 5, of the output after adding 4 and 5 as 9. So this is how it works. Simple thing. Like this is a simple thing which we did with the functions. Do you want to try it by yourself? Just try it for next 5 minutes and tell me if you get the same output or if you are facing any issue. It's like you can have a folder inside that a file, simple, nothing else in this case. Like we had a folder like download, and within that we have a test file, right? There also we have just created a simple folder, and within that we had the file. We need to have that file with the extension JS, otherwise it will not work. So it needs to be a JavaScript file. You just need to right now you need to get the output till 6 if it is working. 7th line I will explain what it is. If you don't have Node.js, that's okay. Like it would have been better if
Actually,
you had it.
Sasank,
Yes.
from ZaranTech, I think one system has provided, but in that system, Node.js is not there. So we tried to install, but it is asking for some admin username and password.
Okay. So yeah, maybe you need to contact ZaranTech team. Uh, uh, they will be installing it for you because you might not have the admin access to install it.
Yeah.
But this is something which is not mandatory to have your Node.js because once we go to Business Application Studio, it will have everything as we already told you, right? like SAP, in SAP Cloud Foundry, we have everything. So we do not need to have anything installed in our system. This is just to explain you how it works. So even if you are not doing it, you do not have Node.js, that's fine. But it would have been better if you had it.
Okay.
Or you can check with the team in the break if you could able to install.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So okay. So I think most of us have got the answer as 9. Now you were asking like what is this module.export? Module.export is something like I have created this add function. Now I want to use this add function in my other JavaScript file, other Node.js project. So what I will do, I will just use this module.export equals to add so that anyone can use this add in their file and get the total, like they can get the total of 2 number. There is not need to write it again. So that is why we have done this module.export. This export is needed, like to tell like this particular thing I want to expose it to outside. So if you see here, like there is something like constant require. Then what we are doing, like this is another file, and here this file we are basically telling like from where we want something. So we have created add.js, not add. Let's make it test.js. Okay. So let's save it. Whenever you are doing some change, just save it. Otherwise, it will not reflect. So I have saved it. We had something like add, so it should work. Let's see if it gave us the result as 8. Space calculate. Let's try. So I got the same result, hello and 9 from this calculate as well, because what we are doing is no, it should have been hello and 8. Wait a minute. Why is it so? The reason is something. Let's try it now. Okay, so I got the result as 8. This hello and 9 is basically which is something which was already there in this. So that is why it came, because we are telling that we want this file. So to export, we need this module.export. To import, we need this require command. So we can import anything from that file. This is how it works. You can try it in your machine and see if it works. Then we will proceed ahead. This is how you can create a function at one place or a variable at one place, and you can use it in another file. We know once it is done, it's simple. Okay, here I have explained you about the require command. I have also written something like dot slash. What is this dot slash? This dot slash is something which is telling me like dot slash is the folder in which I am currently. I am currently in my demo folder. So dot slash will give you, see, if you see above, it automatically adds the full path of my folder, like C users, LV, this demo, and then the test.js which I have given, it has added that test also after that. So dot slash means current folder. So we can give a full path also, or we can give this dot slash or dot slash. So in that way, it will go to that particular place where that file is. So also one thing, Like if I remove this .js, then also it should work. Let me try. Means you do not need to give .js. Let's try. Because it understood by itself that it is a JS file only, because otherwise it will not work only. So see, it's giving me the same output. So even if you don't write .js, it will work. So yeah, let's proceed. These were the simple examples. Okay. So there are more libraries which are like this is something which we have created ourselves. But what Node has done is they have created a number of libraries and just told us to use that for our purpose. And you do not need to, like, if you want, you can create the new functions and all these things. But there are many functions which are already there, and you just need to use it. Okay. So let me go to my slide first, and then we will come back here. So in this slide, you can see we have OS module, console, file system, HTTP, global path. So these are something which are the which comes with your Node.js. Whenever you install Node.js, it comes with that. These there are more, but we generally use these modules basically. So suppose I want to use console.log. So I showed you how console.log works. Now if I want to use this path, so I have one example of path, how I have used it. So let's go to this. So same thing, like I have given but I need to write here something like where path is equals to required path. So I got the like this path is something which was standard. So if you go here, you can see like path module provides utilities for working with file and directory path. It can be accessed using this require path, something like that. So it's giving me the detail also for what purpose it works. Okay, and I have not done dot slash here. Dot slash is not done because it is not the part of my file. It is the part of Node.js file. So I do not need a dot slash now. I just need to name that file. If it is there, it will means it will work. If it is not there, then I'll tell you what to do. Right now it is there. The path is simple. It's the part of Node.js file, so it's there. And it's giving me the detail also, like what it is and all. So what I will do, okay. So what I will do, I I have I have some path. I can give something like this also. So what it is saying, like path.ext name, path name. So this is my path name, and I just want the extension name for this path. What is the extension name for this path? It's JS. So .js should print. Let's see if it prints like .js or not, because that is the extension in our case. So what I will do, I will run the node space path. So this is .js. So I got this as an output. Good till now. But suppose there are other uh, functions also which are in the path. It's just not ext name. So let me try to check that. See, it has base name, it has delimiter, it has directory name. So it has a lot of things. So let's try to see what is the result for base name. So this is it's printing me this whole thing, my class.js. So this is the base, because this is the file which is most important. Now let's see the directory name. I'll just remove this base name and see Wait a minute. Directory name. That works. I need to always save, otherwise my changes will not get reflected. So you can see it's giving me C users test as my directory. So this is the directory, and this is my file, and this is my extension. So if I want something like that, I can use this path and get the result. So this is how the libraries work. This is one of the library path. We have some libraries like OS also, which give us the details of the operating system. So it's a similar thing, like we need to do const. We generally do not write var here, we write const here because we do not want it to change, because it's something which is coming from another library. So it's always good to always give const to something which we are bringing from outside. So that's why I've given this const then OS equals to require OS. So it's not necessary to have the constant name same as this, but we generally follow it as a convention. This path is something which Node.js provide. This is standard library. This is something which is there already. If you go to this Node.js, which I told you to download, right? JS.org. So you have some documents here. So here you can see like there are so many things which they are already providing. So you can see console here. You can see debugger here. You can see HTTP here, and how it works. Everything is there. Okay. So these are the standard file which is already provided. OS is there, path is there, right? So these are something which comes with this means whenever you are downloading Node.js. Simple. Okay. It's giving me so many things which OS can do, but I just want to know how many free memories I have in my system. So OS.free mem, it's path. Tap it. Something is wrong. Okay, it's giving me the this memory is left. So this is the free memory which I have right now in my system. Similarly, there are so many things which are there. Total memory. So if I go for total memory, it will give me total memory, user info, and everything. Okay. dir name, dir name is not there. I think it's coming from there, I think. But suppose I give platform and see what is the result. So you see this is Windows 32. So Win32 platform. So these details you can get from this OS library. So similarly, there are many, you can explore them. But the purpose of like showing you Node.js is like to understand how the syntax works and how you can use the uh, libraries to in your projects. So that was just the purpose, to just make you habituated with how Node.js works. It's a simple tool. You just need to use the libraries and like it will work. Means you do not need to do much. You do not need to do much of the programming, because it's like most of the things are already provided. You just use it and that's it. But you need to know how to use it. Like you need to know like what is required. Okay, what is console.log. So that is why I was just explaining you this as a basic. So when we will go for CAPM, you will find it easier to understand the terms. So this is something done. Okay. So let's start again with the Node.js. I'm sharing my screen again. So we did this path and OS. Now we'll do this server part. Okay. So HTTP is something which is used for the for communicating to server. So if you see its detail, the HTTP interface in Node.js are designed to support many features of protocol which have been traditionally difficult to use. In particular, large chunk encoded message, like we can post, we can get data. So all these things can be done through the HTTP. So large chunk of data can go through this HTTP. So that is what they are saying. What else? File system. File system is something which like we can read a file, like we can have a data in the file and we can read that file through that file system, or we can write inside that file. So these things can be done through this files IFS module. So it enables interacting with the file system in a way modeled on the standard POSIX function. All right. So what we need to do is HTTP dot create server will create a server for us. And then we need to listen that to that server through this port. So that is why like we need to have this port URL, as we are not in the actual server. So we have just given this as a default URL, default port 3000 in our case. If we are on the actual server, then it generally take the port from the environment variable. But right now it will take the 3000, it's like the hard coded value. And okay. So first we need to create a server. We have given the status code as 200. Generally the status code 200 means like whatever request we have sent is processed successfully and we got the response. So that is for the 200 status. So we have given the status code for this response. REQ is for request, RES for response. So response dot status code is 200 that we have set, and this header we have set is like we are sending a text or HTML to the server. Request.url equals to slash, then I will get this as my output. This is the HTML output which I will get if this request.url is slash. I'll tell you what is the slash means, and if it is slash about, then I'll get this. So if this, else if, else this. So let's try to run this and see how it works. Then you guys try it out. So this is very important to listen to this port, because unless we listen to the port, then we will we cannot execute this. Like suppose I want to execute this now. HTTP localhost, then localhost, then sorry, 3000. Site cannot be reached because we have not yet started the server. So let's start the server. Node base server. Enter. I need to allow it. Okay. The server is listening on the port 3000. Now it is listening. So now what I will do, I'll go here. I'll try to refresh this and see if it works now. Okay. It works and it's giving me this output. This is my code. Let's rock the world. Okay. So this is my code. Let's rock the world. So this is my code should be in header 1, and this let's rock the world is a paragraph. So this is how it came here in an HTML format. Normally, I think HTML we all know as a basic. So this is what comes as an output. Why it did not take the output as this is about me or this? Because what we have told is like after the post and put, if it is slash, then it should give this as the output. Now, if you want this as an output, then we need to give this about after the slash. So let's try it out if it works. Slash, but this is about me, I am the tutor. So this is also working. So similarly, we can have this else if for any number of pages which we are creating in this website. So this is a small example of how the websites are created. So similarly, if I give anything else apart from these, then I will get this as an output. What is this? What is this else doing? It's reading the file from the index.html. Like I have this index.html here. Like what I was doing, I was writing HTML inside this res.end. But if I do not want to write, because my HTML file could be a big, so I do not want to write the whole file. So what I did is I wrote my HTML here, and I just tried to read it from my FS. So I use this particular syntax, read file sync, to read this index.html file, and file.toString will return the HTML in the string form. And I am just, what I am doing is res.end file.toString. So this console.log will come here in the terminal, because this is the log. This will not be shown in the HTML file, like in our server, like in our web page. But what will be shown is this file.toString. This one will be shown. So even if I remove this, sorry, if I remove this, to comment anything, we generally do control slash. So this comments out everything. So that is what I'm doing right now. What else? I'll just save it. Let's try to give something else. Instead of about, let's give home. So see, it's giving me this output. Hello, then first name, last name, and photo. This is something which which I have given in the else. And from the else, what it has done, it has fetched the file which was there in index.html, and it showed the file there. So this is what we wanted. So I think fulfills our request. So yeah, this is how it works. Then let me tell you a few things more. Like if you see here, like I have like there, this is a syntax which we have used: request, response, then equal to, greater than. So generally this is the syntax for like function. Like you can write function, request, response, and then inside the bracket, or you can do this. So anything is fine. So we could have written this also, this function, and then this is also fine. So both are fine. But generally what we do is this. Okay, so now you guys try this and see if you also could able to see the web page, and ask me if you face any issue. Not necessary to get the pop-up. That pop-up was basically for the fire, to allow the firewall to execute this code. So you can see here, like I want this require and all those things. Okay, no problem. Would require this is okay. So I want to validate my email, whether this is an email or not. This is this is not an email, right? This is an URL. This is not an email. So it should return false. So let's see if it works or not. My demo. It's not working. Why it's not working? Any idea? Any answer? Why it is not working? Why it's telling that cannot find module? You have the error, cannot find module validator. It's not the part of Node.js, but it is there. Means it is one of the file, but it is not the part of Node.js. Okay, so where is it? It is the part of NPM. So now comes the concept of NPM. NPM is Node Package Manager, and Node Package Manager is something which has a lot more number of files, and we generally use NPM only in our day-to-day life, because like NPM makes our life more easier. It uses these libraries of Node.js, combine and create some functions which we can use directly. Means some libraries which we can use directly. So that makes it faster. So we do not need to do most of the things. It do it by itself. Okay. So you can say that NPM is a node package manager, and we need that for the validator. So in this case, we need NPM. Okay. So how to get NPM? So first thing is like node package manager. If we are using, we need a package.json as well. Package.json is something where we need to define like what are the dependencies I have. Okay. So how to initialize NPM? I need to write NPM init. Once I did, like you can see, I do not have any file as package.json here. Once I do this npm init, I will have a file with name package.json. Let's see. So this utility will walk you through creating a package.json file. So it will create a package.json file. So it's asking me some of the questions. I do not want to, like, I just want it to be default. So I'll just click on enter. Okay, so package name is demo, version is 1.0.0, description I can write if I want. For demo purpose. Okay. Endpoint. Okay, no problem. Doesn't matter. Entry point. This command, get repository. I'm not giving anything right now. Is this okay? Yes. I do not need to write also. It will by default give yes. It is okay, and package.json is generated. Okay, very nice. So we have this package.json. This is very important in our day-to-day life when working with Node.js. Okay, good. So we have this. Now what? Now we need this. Well, for validator, we need this library, which we do not have right now. So what I will do, there is a command npm install validator. So I need to click on that. I can also write npm I validator is the same thing. Install or I, both are the same. So let's try and see if it install validator for me. Okay, it added one package. That means it has added a validator. Let me see where it is. There is something like node modules which is added. Okay, inside node module you can see this validator package. So it has everything related to validator, all the libraries and all the, if you want to read the code also, you can see like how they have created this package. But that is not something which is required at this point of time. What is required is this validator should work. So now validator should work. Okay, so let's try and see if it is working. Node space my demo. All right, so this is false. It's giving me the correct output. Let's see. It gives me a right output. So I'll just write sasank@gmail.com. Let's see if it works. So it's working now. So we do not need to do anything. We just use this validator, and we have done a validation of email. Similarly, this validator has more things apart from email. Like these are the things. There are many more. See, is before this, that, if it is a float or not, hex color, int, if it is int or not, octal or not, is it uppercase, lowercase. So all these things we can validate through this. If it is a boolean, it is a date string. So everything we can check from this validator. So it has a lot of things. If it is a mobile phone or not. So all these validator, if it is a passport number or not, postal code or not. So a lot many validations are possible through this validator. Okay, so that is how validator works. So with package.json, you can see I have one more file which is generated. This is package log.json. This is something which is internal to Node.js, like package lock or this node module. These are something which we do not need to take care of. This is something which they use for their internal purpose. But what it does, if you go to package log.json, you can see like it has generated these things. Like what happened is like, so all those dependent will come here in this package log.json. Right now, this validator does not have anything else, so it's just showing me that non-modules as validator. But it could be possible that in future, if we are adding some package, then it could have some dependent packages also. So it will install those as well. And all those details will be there in package log.json. So, okay, so that is okay. I think we have done a lot of things. You should now know what is this. There's something like NodeMon in Node.js, where like with the NodeMon take care of like what it take care is like you do not need to do control S every time. It keeps on saving it, whatever you are doing. So that is what NodeMon does. So I'm not showing you, but I just told you like what it is. File demo.js. This is fine. We already did FS, so I'm not going into it. How to write a file and all. So here, if you see, we are using write file, not write file sync. If you are using write file sync, then it would have been good. Like we can write whatever we write in the next line. But since we are not using write file sync, we are using write file. So this is an asynchronous transaction. So it needs to have a callback. Like after this is written to like file tutor.this, then what will happen? Then like this file append is something which will append to this file. So that is fine. And this is the callback. This is the callback. Like after it is done, then what we are doing, we are reading this file from file dx.txt. So this is how this asynchronous function work. This is just an example. Let's not go into detail. I think, see if I have something good. Okay. So I have this express here. This express is very important when you are creating a web page. You do not use, generally we do not use HTTP. We use express. Why we use express? Express is something which is given by NPM. It makes our life easier. Like in HTTP, what we were doing? We are doing if else, if else, if else. It's not required to do it now. Now what we are doing is with Express, what we are doing, Express is also internally using HTTP, but it is making the life easier. Here we have the concept of get and post. So if you want to get a website, then we'll just say get this and request.send hello express. So it will just print hello express there. Similarly, for /help, it will do help is. So here I'm not doing any if else. I'm just doing here app.get, app.get, app.get this. And I have the concept star. Like previously we have this else statement. Here we have star. So if nothing is found, then it will show 404 not found. So I'm just trying to run. Like we have studied about path. So here we are using the path to join a directory name with /node and this. Okay. So that should be fine. Let me go to this package, cd space src. Now I will run this app.js. Okay, server is up and running. So let's try it out. Okay, so it's giving me this page. How this page is coming, let's see. Okay, help page is there. This is what should come with help. And if I give something random, let's give helps. So it's giving me 404 not found. This is what it's giving. There is a concept of this express.static, then the path name. So inside node, I have something like index.html. So what it does is, if it does not found, like by default, if I do not give any path here, like if I do not give anything as it's like here, then it by default take index.html means whatever is the content of index.html. So even if I write here index.html, so it's the same thing. If you write or you do not write, by default it takes index.html. So that is why we do not see Hello Express, because it's not Hello Express which should come. It's index.html which should come. You can see it has something like first name, last name, go to about page. So that is what it print. Go to about page, hello. Where is that hello? Should have, please fill the form. Please fill the form. Where is it? I think it's taking the index.html of this, not node. We have given that you have to be in current path and then / node. So it should have printed the index.html, which is inside this node. Why it's not printing this? This became this index.html. Try with abc.html. See, it's giving me hello inside ABC page. Where is it? Inside ABC. This is the one which is given. So I do not need to basically, even if I do not write, if you see here, even if I do not write this /help or get star, That is fine. If I have an HTML file, I do not need to do all these things. I just, what is important is this thing, app.use. We just need to tell, like, from here you need to pick up those HTML files. So whatever number of web page I want to create, I can just give the HTML file for them. So whenever I am doing slash abc.html or slash about.html or slash index.html, it will just print that. Means it will just show that. So that is how it works. So that makes the life easier, because you can have hundreds of page in your web page, and you do not need to write the code again and again. You just need to upload that HTML here, and it's done. You don't need to do anything else. So so what we will do now is, that ends the Node.js. If you want to try it yourself, then you can do. We have a break of 15 minutes. Either you take the break or you try it yourself of this particular express, because we do not have much time. So this is done. Synchronous or asynchronous function, I already told you how it works. Then module export and require, I explained you how to send the data from one file to another. NPM we already did. I told you what is not known. I explained you Express module, how to create a web page using Express. So these things are already done. So can we proceed, or you have any questions or doubt till now? So here you can see, like, in package.json, whatever you have a dependency added. Similarly, for this Express, we have this node modules. So it has a package.json here. Here, if you see, where is it? So Express, NodeMon, these are things which are added here as a dependency. So whenever we are using some package from NPM, it creates a dependency here, and this dependency is required when we go for CAPM. Why? Because like here, what we are doing, for everything what we required, we are installing it, right? So whenever we are deploying our application, at that time, all those packages are required. So when we deploy it, it does not deploy the node modules and all. What it does is it just refer to this package JSON file, and here whatever dependency it sees, it deploy during the runtime. Like whenever we deploy it, at that point of time, it added all those things, because as I told you, like, these packages are already there in Cloud Foundry, and it just needs to refer these packages basically. So that is why this is important, dependencies. Okay, so I'll just go to my slides. So this is done, Express. I'll just go through this, what you say, once more, like whatever we have done, I'll just go through them once more to just recap of what we have done before yesterday. So yesterday we learned about all the different kind of cloud. Like public cloud is for, like, it's something where you can save your money by sharing it with public. So whenever you are not using, someone else is using that particular OS or that particular environment, so that you both are sharing the same basically the hardware or whatever. So that is the public cloud. Private cloud is something where everything is in your control. Nobody is doing anything. Like, nobody is sharing anything with someone else. Like that data center, and that's just whatever amount of RAM and memory is given to you. It is your. And hybrid is a mixture of public and private. Non-premise was basically something which we did, is like, it's client system, and it is their data center on which it is deployed. Then we understood about IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. IaaS was something which was related to infrastructure as a service, like it gives only the infrastructure, like your RAM, ROM, and all those things. So the example of IaaS is your Microsoft Azure or the Amazon Web Services. So they are the IaaS provider. They provide relative infrastructure or the data center. You do not need to buy your own hardware. You can just host it over those infrastructure. Then you have PaaS. PaaS is for the developers. They for development, they need tools, they need to deploy, they need packages. So everything is provided in PaaS. So in our example, like in SAP, we have a Cloud Foundry for that. It takes care of everything related to our platform as a service. Then we have SaaS. It is for the end user. It's a software, something similar to your Excel, which Microsoft provides. Uh, so you can use it directly. So something like that. In cloud also we have some softwares similar to that which we can use directly. We just need to pay for that software. So in SAP term, SAP Ariba or SAP, um, like SAP is offering many software as a service. So the more you go up, it will, like the control control is lesser at the top and more at the bottom. In BTP, we learned about these things, these four different modules. Like one is for database, where you have HANA, analytics, where you have analytics cloud. Then for the developers, you have integration suite and extension suite, and build process automation, which is your process orchestration. And you have this intelligent technology like artificial intelligence mm, and Internet of Things. How BTP account model works is basically through the global accounts. Global account is the parent. Here we have all the entitlements and quotas which are given to the sub accounts. But global account is something where the customer have a contract with SAP on what are the things they need, what are the services they need basically, and how many people will be using it, and all those details they need to provide, and accordingly they need to pay for it. Then we have sub accounts. So sub accounts, there could be multiple sub account for a global account. Sub account, suppose, so each sub account will have application, services, and subscription. We talked about services. Services are like the instances which we are using, uh, like for the authentication services, we have like we can create an instance and we can consume it via the API. Like it has the credentials and everything. Like then we have a subscription model. We saw like build process automation or business application studio. These are the subscription model, which like subscriptions are mainly for the tools, and then the applications which are like basically the as I told you, like um, we have created some applications and that needs to be there somewhere. So that is also there in the sub account inside the what you say inside the spaces of the sub account. Then we saw that every sub account need to have one reason. So that is mandatory, and that is mandatory. This reason is basically the data center where our sub account reside. So it has all the things like infrastructure, environment, services, data, and application. Similarly, in the environment, we have runtime like Cloud Foundry environment or the Kubernetes or Kaima environment. So those basically those environment uh, are the are the thing which provide us the runtime services and tools for the applications to consume it. So this also we saw how the flow occurs from global account to directory to sub account to environment, and what is the cardinality between them. Cloud Foundry and Kaima are something which is the main environment. A WAP is something which is the part of Cloud Foundry only, and Neo does not exist anymore for the new customer. Neo was something which was of the SAP data center, and now SAP does not provide that service to new customer. So Cloud Foundry, we uh, we saw like it supports multiple languages to be built on top of it, to be deployed, or it has many packages like Node.js, Java, Python packages. It also works with PHP, Ruby. It has a command line interface, scripting purpose, like we just did for the inside the terminal. So the similar terminal we will have in the Cloud Foundry as well. Okay, so Kaima environment we already saw, like it is mainly for the serverless applications, serverless functions, create a serverless application for functions for the application and trigger them on the basis of an event or calling of the API and all those things. WAP is for building the rapid application programming model. We use a WAP. We have configured the SAP BTP trial. Now let's go for the business application studio. Just give me some time to open this cockpit and just unsharing it. So to access the business application studio, you need to go to services, subscription, and then click on business application studio. This trial plan. I hope everyone has it. Generally it is by default. If someone does not have it, then let me know. Also, you need to create a spaces if you have not already done it. Like in Cloud Foundry, you have an option to create in space. So if you have not created space till now, then please create it. You can give it any name. Just give it any name, dev or anything. You need to click on this create, and you need to have a space here. So that is important. Whenever we need to deploy our application, we need this space. On the next time, you can directly use this URL for Business Application Studio. You do not need to every time go to cockpit and you need to come to this application studio. You can directly go to it with this URL. You can just bookmark this and it's done. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to click on create dev space. I already have one, means two, means maximum two is allowed in the trial version. So what you need to do is you need to click on create dev space. Then you need to select full stack application. Full stack application, there are two options. You need to select the third one, like the second one. Full stack productivity tool, you do not need to select. There is one more, select that one. And then here what you need to do is you need to once you come to this screen, you need to mandatorily you need to select this SAP HANA tools. And other tools are optional. You can click on Launchpad module as well in this. So you can select them. If something you forget to select, you can do it later on also by coming here and editing it the way I am showing you. But after you do it, click on create, and that will create your dev space. So start doing it and let me know once you see it running. You can give any name to this full stack cloud application. For me, I have given it as dev full. So let's click on it and see what comes. So for each instance, whatever you have created, you will have something like has this added to it. So for this workspace, you have this. So suppose you want to come out of workspace and you want to create another instance because two are allowed. So you can just remove this and click on enter and you will go to that particular page where you can see that running and all those things. So there you can edit also, or you can create a new one also. So get started. Okay. So what I will do, we need to open a folder like for the project where everything will be there. For me right now, 2 projects are there already. For you, it should not be, means here it should be blank. Then what we will do, we need to go to new project from template.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using SAP CAPM? Option A, faster time to market for cloud applications. Option B, vendor lock-in with SAP Cloud Platform. Option C, limited scalability options. Option D, lack of integration with other cloud platforms. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get great at managing supplies? Our SAP CAPM course is here to help. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAPM. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from basics to advanced tricks, made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this forever. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you found our course super helpful. Best part, it's affordable. This awesome opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP CAPM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
This you can see first on what I am doing, the steps, and then you do it. I'll give you that. I'll give you time to do that. So what we will do, we have 4 options here as a template: basic multi-target application, CAP project, Fiori application, or the HANA database project. What we will do, we will create a CAP project. Give a name to it. So I'll just give a name to it, like CAPM class. So runtime I will choose as Node.js. It also has an option to select Java, but we will work on Node.js. Now I'm not choosing anything here. I'll just choose application router. That is what something is important. That's it for now. I'm not choosing anything else. Let's finish. So if you see, this project is generated now. Here if you see, we have 3 options. One is app, another one is DB, and the third one is SRV. So these 3 options are for what? App is basically for the front end, like the UI part, since CAPM application which we develop is full stack application. So it comes with 3 options, 3 folders. One is app, another one is DB, another one is SRV. DB is basically the place where you save your database. SRV is for the data service, and app is for the UI, the Fiori application, which we will build. So now you can create a project from template, the similar one, and see if you get this. So we have this DB, SRV. So nothing is there inside them. So what I will do, I'll create a new file, schema.cds. Here every time means we are creating a file, we are giving this CDS extension. The CDS is important. I'll tell you the reason of this CDS, but we need to give this extension schema.cds to create a database structure basically. Okay, this file is created. What I will do, I need to see if I can use an entity which is already there in my test environment, or what I can do is we need to give first we need to give a namespace. Namespace is not mandatory, but we generally give space. So just give it namespace. An entity I'll give as department. Within this department, I will have some department ID, a string, comma, department name, string. Okay, let's keep these two. Maybe we can give a description. So this is a schema which I have created. So let's go to survey. We need to create an OData service. So I'll create a new file. I'll give a name to it. Let's give it a name, service.cds, whatever. Service and service name. So department service. As department service, I'll give. Then I have an entity name. I'll give the same name, which is department, as projection on company using So it is fine now. So what I have done, I have created a schema. Let's manage this. Let it manage is not used in the source file. So what I have done, I have created a basically a structure of what will be my department ID. It is a UUID. These two department name and description and string. UUID. What is UUID? UUID is something which is unique ID, which is generated by the SAP for each like for each department which is created. It will automatically assign an ID. It will be something like 16-digit ID, which it will assign by itself, and it will keep on giving a different ID as you will be creating it. Okay. I need to have one more thing. Okay. Then you have this. What we are doing, we are telling that we are using this same namespace. Sorry, this is different. Okay. We are telling that we are using the same namespace company as my here, and it's from the DB schema. Like we have created this company namespace in the schema.cds. So I am just using that namespace here, and this is my service name, department service, and the entity name I have given the same entity, and I'm saying it is the projection. It is as a projection from my department. My is my namespace, which I have given. I can give it as company also again, and this department is coming from this schema. Sorry, not this schema. So whatever is inside this department ID, name, description, everything will be the part of now this department. You don't need to define it again. So this completes my basically service creation. So what I will do now is I will try to open the terminal and see if something happened or not. So you can see like it's very similar. The look and feel of this business application studio is very similar to Visual Studio Code, because it is something which is made from Visual Studio only, and you have the terminal similar way what we have done there. So now I do not think you will face any issue. Just you need to right click on this and you need to open the terminal. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to do something like CDS watch. What CDS watch is doing is there we were using node everywhere to run. Here what you will do, you will use CDS watch. Here we do not need to save our changes. It will get saved automatically. If you see, when we do CDS watch, there is some error which I got. What is that error? Let's see. It is missing a node modules, which is @SAP CDDK. So what we will do, Control C, it is. I'll import from npmi this particular node module @SAP /CDSDK. Because that is missing and it will not work without that module, because we are using CDS command and that command needs this particular library to work. So here we will use, we will not use node command, we will use CDS command. So let's do CDS watch again and see what happens. Okay, authentication kind XSUA configured, but no XSUA instance found. Okay, so what I will do, I'll just remove that authentication kind for the time being, just to make it simpler. I have a package JSON. Let's change it to dummy for the time being. Okay, let's see if it works now. Yeah, it is working now. So you can see server is listening on this host and this port. So we were also doing something similar to this when we were doing Express or the HTTP. So here also it's listening on this local host, and this is the port 4004, and this is the path which it has created, odata/v4/department for our odata service. So what we will do, we'll just follow the link and see what happens, what it has done. We have not done much of the thing. We have just created a DB structure, and we have just done what we have just created a service. So let's see what it has done. All right. So since I have not created any web application, nothing is there. But in service, I have a service name, OData V4 department. It has a metadata. See, it has created everything for the department. So what it has done, it has department ID, which I have given name. It has department name. It is string. Department name is string. Description is my string. Department ID is GUID because I gave it as UUID. So that is edm.GUID in SAP terms here. And what else? Like it has given 4 more properties which we have not defined. Why is that the case? Why it has given created at, created by, modified at, modified by? We have not given these fields, right? Any answer? Why we are seeing these 4 fields? UID is okay. DUID, you got department ID as GUID, ADM.GUID. That's the type, that's fine. But this is not because of UUID. Let me go to the application and show you. So here you have this schema.cds. Sorry, this one. So here we have this, and I have used something like this managed. This managed is a library in SAP CDS Common, which helped me to get all those 4. Created at, created by, changed at, changed by. I do not need to define it. The system will by default add those field, as well as it will maintain that field. Like suppose I am creating something today, like I'm creating a department today. So by default, it will take the created at time and who has created it, that's the person's name. It will automatically fetch. You do not need to do anything. Okay. So this is because of this managed. I will do, I'll just add this also. So why is this given? Auditor draft enabled? Because like CAPM has a functionality of draft as well, where you can enable a draft functionality. So why is that needed? Why we need a draft functionality? Because suppose we are doing a changes, we are creating a form, and at that time network goes away. So what we need to do, we need to recreate the same form. So whatever we have filled will be lost. So to save that form by default without even clicking on save button, we have the concept of draft. So let me see if I have got something. Right now we do not have any data, so it's not showing any data when I'm clicking on department. So I will tell you how to add the data that we will do. Today it was just to show like how it's working. Like I can see the Fiori preview also, like how it will look and feel in the UI. I do not have any data at this point of time, so maybe I could not see anything here. But you can see since I have done a very small thing, and I can see a preview of the list report which will be populated and all those things like the service is there, database is there, So many things I can see here. What else I was telling? I cannot see draft here. I think I have done some mistake. It's giving me the error also. There, one more filter will come for drafts. What happened? Okay. You can see one more status has come for the draft. Your own draft, all this is something which came because of that option which you have given. OData draft enable. So yes, now what you do, you try to do the same thing which I have done. I'm just using these things. Okay. Create a schema.cds in DB and create a service.cds here and try to do CDS watch and see if it's working.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining. So let us start, and if anyone has any questions related to the last session, you can ask. Okay, so let me start. I'm sharing my screen. Everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So last day, basically we learned about Node.js. What is Node.js? How it works? Why it is called an asynchronous non-blocking, and how it runs on the V8 engine and C++ and all those things we already done. What are the applications of Node.js that we did? Then how to install Node.js. Then basics of Node.js we have done, like how to import OS module or console or file system or path. Then what is synchronous function? What is asynchronous function? We did. Like for synchronous, it will work one after another. Like once a request is completed, and only it will go to the next request. But in case of asynchronous request, that is not the case. It is like simultaneously multiple requests can be achieved. Like if something is already in process, then it goes to the next request until this process finished. And once this process finished, if you want something, then you need to have a callback. Like if you want to execute something, so that is a callback function. Modules and requires, we did how to send one file from one place to another. What is NPM? NPM is Node Package Manager, which has a lot of other modules, and it has a different library. Also, NodeMon is something which is helps in like saving your Node.js code. You do not need to press on Control S every time. If you install Node.js, then you do not need if you install NodeMon, then you do not need to do it. Then we studied how Express helps us in creating a web page. Okay, so this is already done. These all things, so I'm not going into it. This is the first session. And then what we did is we studied about Business Application Studio, how to install it, and all those stuff. Like how to subscribe to Business Application Studio and how to have a space, then how to have full stack application, how to create an application, and all those stuff we have done. Okay, let's go ahead. So what is an OData? OData is a data access protocol built on core protocols like HTTP and commonly accepted methodologies like REST for the web. So it is built on the commonly accessed technologies like REST for the web, and it is a protocol built on HTTP. Also like Atom, Pub, and JSON using URIs to address and access data feed resources. So in simpler terms, OData is something which helps you to exchange the data from your Node.js server to your UI. What is API? As we told you, like API is a way to communicate with other software program. Like what happens is like if a non-SAP application wants to communicate to our application, we have already built some logic and they want to use that. They want to fetch data from our system. So they use our API. They call our API with some input and then we give the output through that API. So similarly, we can also call some API of other third party and we can get the data. So this is also a similar kind of thing, similar to OData, which helps us to communicate with other software programs. The software programs are able to exchange information with each other, even if they are designed and run by different organizations. As I told you, it facilitates interaction with by selecting exposing functionality that allow different apps, websites, and devices to communicate effectively with each other. More importantly, APIs allow businesses to reach beyond regular business channel and share data. So basically, two different kind of business can communicate with each other and share the data. Like it could be possible, like Uber is using the data, like user is calling an API of Google Maps and getting the data. So they both are different companies. They are different. They have a different kind of work, but still, like Google provides an API for Google Maps, and that can be used by the Uber to have a real time mm, uh, access to the traffic. So those kind of things can be done. So that is what APIs do. So APIs allow businesses to reach beyond regular business channels and share data, content, and services directly with both business to business and business to consumers client, making UI development easy. And then on the top of that, you can develop an UI also. SAP API Business Hub. This will come later. SAP, okay, let's give the introduction to it. We will come in more detail about it later. But yes, SAP API Business Hub is something which is which has all the APIs of related to SAP. Like SAP has an out-of-box applications, and those applications are something which we can consume with the help of API. Like they have provided API for each applications and each entities, and we can just consume it and we can build our application on the top of that. So that is something which SAP has given in their API Business Hub. So API Business Hub is a kind of web application. It's a kind of website. You need to go there and you need to discover, explore, and test. Basically, you can discover what are the API which they have given and what are the things we can do with the API, and we can test also in the same environment with some credentials and all. SAP and partner APIs that are required to build extensions or process integrations are there in the SAP API Business Hub. So you can see there is a screenshot given for SAP S4 HANA Cloud. In SAP S4 HANA Cloud, they have given some of the APIs. And if you see in the right side, there is something like a_address. So that basically is to fetch the address for business partner. So similarly, you can get, post, or delete something through that API if you have the proper access. So that's what we do from API Business Hub. We'll go in more details later on. Let's go to JSON. What is a JSON? JSON is an open standard file format and data interchange format that uses human readable text to store and transmit data objects consisting of attribute, value pairs, and arrays. Basically, it is a value pair. Like it depends on value pair. Like not value. It's like a key value pair. So, like there is a key. Like there is a first name, and the corresponding value is your name of that first name. That is John. So there is a last name, and there is a last name which is Smith. So you can see like there is a key. Key is first name here. Last name is John. There is a value. And again, sorry, the first name is key, and its corresponding value is John. Last name is key, and its value is Smith. Similarly, so this is alive, age is 27, address can also have further like child, which is state address, city, state, postal code. So they also have their corresponding values. So this is how it goes, like one within other and that within that. So JSON format is very simpler format, which works on name value pair basically, and it is a common format with a diverse range of functions in data interchange using communication of web application with server. So a web application can communicate with server using this JSON. So we saw OData is used by the web application to communicate to server. Similarly, JSON is also one of the format which is used to communicate to server. So it is very simple. It only works on key value pairs, so anyone can easily read it and understand like what is given inside this. So collection in various languages, it is realized as an object, an order list of values. If something is within something, then we call it as an array. Like suppose address, there is a multiple address, so that can also be addressed here. Someone has a children, multiple children, 2, 3, so that can be given inside it. Like here, if you see 4 numbers, that is given in an array. You have 2 phone numbers, so one is of type home, another is type of office. So these both phone numbers, if we need to include, then we can include in in the format given in the right hand side. So if you want to represent an array, that can also be done. If you want key value pair, that is also there. So this is how it works. The JSON works. YAML. YAML is something which is human-friendly cross-language Unicode based data serialization language designed around the common native data types of agile programming languages. So for agile programming languages, we generally use YAML. YAML is a human-friendly language, and based on data serialization, it is broadly useful for programming needs ranging from, so it, it has a multiple use. It helps in configuration of files, to it helps in internet messaging, to object persistence, to data auditing. So if you see how YAML is written, so you can see here as an example, the Smiths, the three dots are basically representing three dot and has that this is commented code. And after that, you can see like there is a dot, not dot, dash. So that dash is basically telling that there is a name and value pair, like name is John Smith, age is 33. Then again, there is a name, Mary Smith, the age is 27. Previously, what was done is like it was given in the curly braces. In the second line, if you see like a name is in one line, age is in another line. In the third, if you see like name and age are given together, and then Ray Smith and 4 is given together. So these are different ways to represent a YAML. So you can have a different YAML representation for different use case, but YAMLs are represented in these ways. Like, see, men can like if you want to name all the men together, then men, then inside the braces you have this John Smith and Bill Jones, and you can give multiple names. Similarly for women, they have given. So if you want to give not give all the women name in the same line, then you can have it like hyphen Mary Smith. Then next line at the same place it should be Susan Williams. So this is how the YAML works. So YAML is basically the, you can say, parent of JSON. So JSON is a kind of child of YAML. Like yeah, what to say? JSON is one of the format which YAML support, you can say. Okay. So so that's JSON and YAML, which we studied just now. So let's see what is given here. Okay, there is a disclaimer. So I'll just quickly go through these slides. So we have initialized CAP project using VS Code, or we can use basically either Visual Studio or the Business Application Studio. Anything can be used for that. And we need to use CAP commands to initialize the projects. Like we have used one of the CAP command, which is CDS build. No, not CDS build. CDS build we have not used. We have used only the CDS watch. CDS build we will use later on. Then we have provide okay, metadata. We have created a metadata. Multi-target application was also created, but I have not explained to what was that. So we'll see to that. Then the connectivity which we have done in our this demo project was an SQLite. HDI part we will do later on. So generally in CAPM project, for any database, like for doing testing on your what do you say, test environment, we generally use SQLite. For deploying to server, we generally use HANA DB. So what we have done on Friday was with SQLite. I'll show you that as well. Where is it? How we know like our database is SQLite. So core services. So we can add many cap commands to add services. That is something which we can do with CAP. We can use connectivity service to connect with different other APIs. We can connect to workflow to send our work item to another, what do you say, to someone's inbox or something. So that is also, it can also be done. Authorizations we already discussed. We can authorize someone so that only that person can access that application, or even if that person is accessing the application, it's not necessary that they need to have all the access for that application. Some users will be given the access only to read, and some users may be given the access to create also, or to delete also. So it depends on different users. We give the different authorizations to them. Then it helps in the analytics also. Okay, so use generations command. So we have seen like we could use different command to build to basically build a base app. We have not used the command to build our like this full stack application. What we did is we use the template, but there are commands also to do the same thing, and which will give you a base app. Base app means like you have all the 3 folders like SRV, app, and DB folder. So that base app will be generated with the help of this generation commands. And cross-cutting aspects like logging and UA security, that can also be added on the top of that. What else? Like this CAP is not only used to build an application, it can also be used to build a microservice based architecture where you are just building an API to expose it for the exposure to some other third party application. Like they can use your API and do their work. So that is also possible. It's not necessary that you need to have a database, you need to have a UI. You can just have a Node.js. You can have a like Node.js application to create a logic and and you can just expose that application to basically you can expose that Node.js application to your it's like any third-party application who can use it. So you do not need to have a UI or database for it. It has some setups which helps in deployment. Okay, so these things also we already know, like we can extend and audit API services and UI as needed. And we can customize the app as per our need. Okay. APIs also we just learned. So this is in detail how to exchange information through API in a standardized ways. So it enables seamless integration between applications. Between different applications, you can seamlessly integrate, allows different systems to communicate effectively, because that two system can be a SAP system, it can be non-SAP and SAP system, anything possible. So those two systems can communicate effectively through the API, center data format and protocols. So it needs to have a standard format. That standard format can be anything. It can be OData, it could be JSON, anything. So that is why it's saying that it has to have some standard format. It's not necessary that it has to be this. Sometimes they use SOAP also. So that is also one of the prescribed format. So it depends on different application on like which protocols they are built. It promotes interoperability between platforms, like different platforms are built with different database, with different what do you say, programming language. It could be possible that the other application which wants to consume my service or API, like my API is built on Node.js, but the other application may be in Java, or it could be in some other language, and they want to consume it. So they can consume it. So it promotes interoperability between different platforms, between different languages. So everything is possible. It is also possible, like I have exposed something in basically what you say in OData, and the other third-party application may want to consume it or may want to show it in SOAP or JSON, so that those things are also possible. It simplifies the data sharing across organization. So data sharing is simplified through the API. It facilitates the real-time information exchange. Real-time, you can exchange the informations, definitely. It powers automation through easy system connectivity. Like there are many APIs which helps us to automate our task. So we can just use those APIs and automate few tasks. So that is also easier. Apart from this, it abstracts complex system logic and interfaces. So you can write a logic on the top of that. You consume an API and then you write a logic, or or someone has written a complex logic, and you do not need to take care of that logic. You just send some input parameter. It has that API has a lot of logic. You do not take care of it. That is taken care of by third-party application, and you are just consuming the responding output. So that is also what API does. It promotes modular architecture and loose coupling. So as I told you previously also, like you have a modular architecture, like you have UX, you have Node.js, and you have a DB, but they are all loosely coupled. They are all like they are basically what you say, they are dependent on each other, and at the same time they are easy to separate also. It's not necessary that you always have to have a UI or you have to have a DB. As I told you, you can have a microservice also. And also if you have a UI and if you have a DB, then it's not necessary that always you should use a HANA DB, or you should use SAP Fiori. Instead of SAP Fiori as a UI, you can have a React.js, AngularJS. Up to you, like what UX you want to use. So that flexibility is also given. And suppose today I have some DS, like a DB which is HANA DB, and tomorrow I do not want to continue with HANA DB. Like my client does not want to do it, and excuse me. So I do not want to remain with that database. Maybe I do not want to stay with SAP only. So anything is possible. So what I can do, I can just shift my database to some other database. Like I can go for some other database also, which is relatively cheaper maybe, or maybe because of some other reason. So that shifting of data is possible. You can easily shift to some other database with minimal effort if you are basically working in CAPM. Okay, so that is why we call it a loose coupling. It provides interface as abstractions and encapsulation. So you do not need to know like what is basically inside something, and like what is the logic and anything like that is something which is encapsulate. Like you do not need to know. You just need to know the name of the attribute, and that's it. You just send that attribute name. You just know what is the input, what will be the output. That was field name. That's it. You do not need to know like what is the logic written inside that API to consume it. So that API is basically abstract the code. Apart from that, it enforces discipline in exposing business capability. So it also enforces a discipline that you need to do it in certain ways. So so that is we call it like APIs is used to exchange information in the standardized ways. Okay, let's go down. OData. OData is an OSS and ISO approved standard. So it is also one of the standard to expose data. So JSON is one of the standard. OData is another standard. It's not standard protocol basically, which is approved by OSS and ISO standard, and it is used to build and consuming REST APIs. It enables creation of REST APIs that expose resources identified by URLs and defined in a common data model. Okay. So that is what it do. So there is a URL. That URL is given, and you just need to consume that URL with some input parameter. That's it. Clients can interact with exposed resources using simple HTTP request. So they can expose their resources using this HTTP request. They don't need to do much. Then like provides guidance for aspects like HTTP header, status codes, methods, URL formats, media types, payload encoding, query option. Like status code is something like we already know, like there's something like 200. We saw it in when we were building web application. 200 is one of the status code, and like 201 was another which used to create, like when you post something, then you use 201 status code. If something is not found, then we use 404 status codes. So there is some guidance on like which status code is for what. So like whenever if some data is not coming, you are getting 404 not found. But this is not there. Then method means like get, post, or update. So these are the methods which have like get helps to get the data, and post basically help to create a data in an entity. Like you want to add a row in a table, so you need to use this post. Update, if you want to edit a row in a table, you use update. If you want to delete a row, then you basically use delete command. So these are the methods which generally are used. We do not directly go and use a select query and do that. We do not hit the database directly. We hit through some API or OData service. Then you have URL formats, media types, like what are types. If you are sending some media, like some document, or you are sending some JPG file, so it has some types and all those things that you need to take care of. Then you have to have a payload if you want to post something, so you need to have a payload. That payload needs to say like what are the things you need to post, so it has some format. So yeah, so these all are the things which are the part of OData service. It standardizes how to track changes, define usable functions, actions, send, batch request. So how you can track your changes, or how you can send multiple requests at the same time. When you send multiple requests at the same time, then it is generally called a batch request. And actions and functions are also defined in OData. So there's something like actions and function. Like on the click of this button, this should happen. Something like that can also be done through OData. OData allows apps to focus on business logic without worrying about the API creation details. So you just write a logic and an OData service will be created without doing much. So it helps you to do that. It facilitates creation of, like yesterday also, on Friday also, what we did is we created an OData service without doing much. We just did we just in SRV folder we just created a service, and we extend that service like from the database model. And what we did CDS watch, and it works. So that is what it is a simpler way. You do not need to take care of much to have like do not need to take care of much to create a OData service. It's just a simpler way. You just need to concentrate on the logic, how it is written. Okay. What else? It facilitates creation of queryable, interoperable, reusable REST APIs over the web. Okay. So queryable means something like you want some data, but based on certain conditions. Like you want to get a data from a particular table, depending on a query. Like you need to give a select query, that is one of the query, but select query is basically can bring everything from that table. So you can have something like filter to filter that query. So whatever you want specific, you can just give that. So those kind of thing is facilitate from OData service. It is interoperable, as I told you. Like it can be used not just by Node.js or something. It can be used across multiple technologies. So it's a reusable REST API over the web. So that you can see. Next. Principles of OData improve semantic interoperability within the systems. So that we know that it helps in interoperability, like between two systems, we can communicate through OData. It follow REST principles. It keep it simple, address the common cases, and provide extensibility where necessary. So you can.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary runtime environment for SAP CAPM applications? Option A, Cloud Foundry. Option B, Kubernetes. Option C, Docker Swarm. Option D, OpenStack. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment sections.
consume an OData service, and then on the top of that you can add more things. Like it could be possible like you have only 3 fields in one of the entity, and you consume that 3 field from another entity, and then you on the top of that you can have you can add 3-4 field more. So that is possible. So that is why saying extensibility, provide extensibility where necessary. You can extend that particular OData service in your application, possible. Then build incrementally. A very basic compliance service should be easy to build. It is easy to build with additional work necessary only to support additional capability. If you are implementing some additional capability, then only you need to do additional work. Otherwise, it's easy to build. Extensibility, as I told you, it is important. Services should be able to support extended functionality without breaking clients unaware of those extensions. So it does not, even if you are extending something, it's not breaking anything. So it's on the top of what is already there. So something which is already there and someone is using it, they can use it. And on the top of that, you can extend that functionality. So basically, it's not breaking anything. Like you do not need to tell the client who do not need that extended service that we have done these changes. They can just use whatever they were using previously, and it will not impact their work. It prefers mechanism that work on variety of data sources. So there could be a variety of data sources. It's not necessary it has to be a HANA database or something like that. It's not necessary. In particular, do not assume a relational data model. Okay. So so this is something how data communicate between server and client. So this is just a diagram. JSON and YAML we just learn. It is just to give you a more detailed explanation of that and nothing else. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It derives from JavaScript data formats. So it's not a JavaScript. It's a JavaScript object notation. Object notation means it helps to store data. So it's not a JavaScript, but it is JavaScript object notation. Like whenever JavaScript was created, they needed something to store the data. So it's a kind of context of the JavaScript, but it is not really only used for JavaScript. It is used across multiple technologies. Okay, and it is an open standard, lightweight, text-based format with limited data types. It has a limited data types, as we can see it as something like it supports array, it has string, but there could be many data types. Like everything is not supported. Boolean is supported, integer is supported, but there could be more data types which everything is not supported here. But yeah, it supports limited data types. The main data types you can say. Then JSON has a simple syntax and structure that makes it easy to read and use. So it is very easy to read and use. Anybody can see and say like what is what, because like it's basically following the name value. So you know like which value is for which name and all those things. It's not complicated at all. It is used to send data back and forth between client and server, like an envelope enclosing the data. So you can send data, you can receive a data in JSON format, possible. Programmers use it in mobile apps, database, user interaction. So it is more friendly than XML. The simplicity, speed of processing, and high compatibility of JSON across system make it popular. So it's simple and easy. Also, the speed of processing is high. So that is why it's used across the system. So apart from OData, we have JSON also. And YAML, as we already saw, like YAML has multiple use. Like it is used for communication between, like it can be used as an API, but it also used as a configurator file. So there are multiple use cases for YAML. So YAML is a digestible data serialization language often used to create configurational files with any programming language. So it helps in configurational file. Designed for human interaction, YAML is a superset of JSON. So it's a superset of JSON. Like JSON is a child of YAML. So JSON's like JSON structure is one of the structure which YAML supports. YAML also support many other structure which we saw it in the last slide. So for different purpose, it basically supports a different kind of structure. And because it is a strict superset, YAML can do everything that JSON can and more. So definitely what JSON can do that YAML can do, plus YAML can do many other things. So what is the difference between JSON and YAML? So JSON is a data serialization format to exchange structured data between software application and service. So that is what it is used for, to exchange data between two different applications and all. So it prioritizes application use over human use. And YAML is basically a serialization format to exchange structured data between software application and service. It prioritizes human over application use. So it is mainly used for humans done by the applications, like for configurations. That was one of the examples. Main use case. So widespread across platforms, languages, distributed software communication, web apps, config files, and APIs. So these are the use case for the JSON, like it used in web application, configuration files, APIs, and all. Then YAML is the configuration files in many automation, DevOps, and infrastructure as a code tools and service. So it is used there as a DevOps, as an IAC, and for automation. Readability, JSON is easy, YAML is easiest. A data type, what it support number, Boolean, as I told you. These are the few of the data types which are supported: null, string, array, and all. But YAML supports all the data type through collections of nested data comprising sequences, scalars, and mapping. So it has a wider range of data type. Support comment. JSON does not support a comment. You cannot give a comment in JSON, but in YAML you can give a comment. Then suppose data object as values. So that is supported in JSON and not in YAML. And versioning, yes, but it's not as simple to scan and comprehend difference between versions at a glance. Like you cannot easily see the versions of JSON, but it's simple to see the versions of YAML. So yes, it's simple to scan and comprehend differences between the versions at a glance. So yeah, thank you for understanding this APIs. Okay, so if you have any questions till now, then you can ask, or else let's take a break and then we will join again. Any questions till now? Okay, then let's take. Yes. Hello.
No, I'm saying no questions from my side.
Okay, no questions. Okay, then let's take a break and then we will connect again at 8:15. Hi everyone, let's start. I'll take the attendance first. Ravi Shankar. Hello. Devans.
Yeah, present. Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Dev Krishna.
Hi, present. Hello.
Yes, okay. Satyajit.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, I'm present.
Okay. Bala.
Yes, present.
Dudinaga.
Yes, present.
Abhishek. Adalvi.
Yes, present.
Okay. Kasturi.
Yes, present.
Chirag.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Panima.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mohammad Asghar.
Hey, Shankar Ravi is also here.
Santanu.
Yeah, I'm present.
And Pinak. Pinak, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Is this Pinak?
Okay.
Okay.
No, this is Asghar.
Present. Okay, Asghar is present, it's fine. I'm telling about Santanu is present, right?
Yeah, I am present.
And Pinak? Pinak is absent.
No, it's Ravi Shankar.
Today, Ravi Shankar is present, okay. So today, Pinak is absent. Only Pinak is absent. Else everyone is present. All right. So, okay, let me share my screen. Today, now we will start with some hands-on. So, let me share my screen. If you have not yet started your Business Application Studio, please start. So everyone, just open the Business Application Studio. We'll start with another application today. Like you can, like I have used the same files, means I just changed some of the names. So you can also do that, or you can create a new one, up to you. So I have changed the schema file to show some cardinality and all. So let's start. Let me explain you everything, and then you can do it by yourself. So what I'll do, like schema, here I have taken risk management as a schema. Manage the same, what we did on last day. Then we have an entity, two entity this time we have taken. One is a risk, another one is mitigations. Yeah, and what else? Like manage is fine. Manage is as we already know, like it is for the created by, changed by, and all those things. Apart from that, we have a key, which is a primary key. So for risk, we have ID as a key. Mitigation also we have an ID as a key. UUID, we also took last time also. UUID is something which is universal ID and it generates by itself. You do not need to define this ID. And whenever you create something, it automatically have one UUID by itself. And the advantage of having a UUID is like it helps in the concept of draft also. So suppose you are writing something, creating a form and you have not saved it, and somehow you had to refresh the browser or your network is lost or whatever is the reason, and you come back after an hour or something. Generally, it happens is like whatever you have done is lost, but it will not get lost. It will saved as a draft. So that is why we use this UUID for the draft feature as well as to generate some unique ID. You do not need to take care of the IDs. It will automatically get generated. So that is UUID. Then here I have title, owner, priority, description, all are the string. If we just give string, then it will have some uh, 5,000 character or something. So that will be given by default. And if I give something inside this bracket, then this is the maximum length of that particular attribute. So here title will have maximum length of 100. Priority will have a maximum length of 5. So that also we can give. Either if we do not know the length, we can give like a string. So it will be like it will have around 5,000 characters to store. So that is why I've given you string also, and here I've defined the number of characters also. Okay, then impact is integer, criticality is also integer. Apart from that, I have something like MITI that I will come back to this. Then I have mitigation as one of the entity. This is also managed, and managed means again created by, changed by. Everything will be managed by itself by this application only. You do not need to take care of that. It also has a UUID. Then string description, owner, timeline has string. Then we have risk. What is this risk? Okay. So risk and mitigation, these are two entity and they have some relationship between them. Okay. So they have a relationship of 1:many. Like one risk can have one mitigations can have many risk. So that is why it's a 1:many relationship. So you have association defined here, too many risk, where what I am doing is in the risk entity, I have something like MITI as an attribute that I am basically associating with this risk uh, as a dollar sign. So this is the syntax which we use to basically establish the cardinality between two different entity, so that we can uh, like connect to them. Like it's not necessary that uh, it's like it could be like there could be multiple entities which have some relationship between them. Like previously we were doing of like what you can say, um, department. So department can can have a cardinality of uh, cardinality with students. Like one department can have many students, right? So that is 1:many cardinality, and student can have their own ID, name, and all those things. So that is why that kind of relationship we we can have with this. So so mitigations and risk here, these are the two. There we could have something like a student and department. So that student has their own entity where all the students' informations are there, and you just connect them with the department by using their ID. So that you do not need to write like what are the student who are in which department. We just need to connect their cardinality, so it will be easier to have a relationship than writing the same data again and again. So that is what is recommended when we create a data model. So so this is the risk. This is the schema.cds, and what else? So this is how the structure we have built. Apart from that, let me go to service.cds. Here I have created a risk service. Again, this is something we have already done. Risk management as mine, because I have given risk management as a namespace here. What else? I have defined two entity risk mitigations. and this risk has my.risk as a projection. Then I have done what? I have enabled the OData draft. Similarly, in mitigations also I have enabled a draft. So almost the similar thing, just I wanted to show the cardinality. So I have just used another example. So you guys can copy this and then we will proceed, or else let me show you some more thing and then you do it all at once. So we have done like CDS watch. CDS watch was something which is it there is something like CDS watch, there is something like CDS run. CDS run is something where you just run your application and you see. Like if I do CDS run, then also it works in the similar way as CDS watch works, but there is a small difference. The CDS run also did the same thing. And if you open in a new tab, you have this. Okay, CDS watch was doing the same thing, but CDS run is like it whenever you are doing any changes. Suppose I do this, I change risk to risk, so it's not uh, saving and again executing this. It's just whatever we already execute, that is only there. But if we had done CDS watch, then what it had done is like it will run also and it will save also your data at runtime. So that is the advantage of CDS watch. So suppose I am now doing Control C and I will do CDS watch. So this is similar to what we have done for CDS run. Now what I will do, I will just remove this risk to risk and see what happens. See it again started executing. Means I have not asked it to do it. It is again doing it, and now it has given me an error. So I do not need to again and again run my application. It will automatically refresh my application. So this is wrong. That is why it's giving an error. Now it will not give any error. It will again refresh by itself. So that is why we use CDS watch. Apart from this, like if I open as we saw here, like I have the metadata. So this is something which is generated by itself once we have given that all those things risk. Means like whenever we are creating that service, and this is also which is generated by itself, like slash o data before risk for our risk service. So if you see here, we have created by, modified by. We have something like is active, has draft. These are also added because we have given that o data draft enable. So that is why these properties are also added. Then we have this sibling entity because we have a cardinality with this what with mitigation. So this is the sibling entity which they have defined. So these are the things which are getting generated by itself. We have uh, means we are not doing much here. We have just defined few of the things and it has created this by itself. Okay, so that is good. So this OData service, you can give it to someone else and they can use it. Right now it is in the like in the local, so you cannot. Once you deploy it, then only like you will have a proper URL. Right now, whatever we are testing in the local environment. Apart from that, we need a data also. Last time we have not we had not input any data. So for data purpose, we need to create a CSV file. So for each entity, we have created a CSV file here. So for risk entity and for mitigation entity, we have two entity file, two CSV. So we have two different CSV file. Risk management is the namespace hyphen the entity name. If you see here, I have some data. since this is not created by me at this moment, and it is something which we are just pre-populating it to see the data. So I have given created at and created by also. But whenever it creates by itself, then you do not need to give it. It gives the like it generate created at created by at runtime only. So here I have ID, created at, created by, title, owner, priority, description, and impact. And this, what is this meaty underscore ID? What is this meaty underscore ID? So if you see here in my schema, I have defined something like meaty. This is the meaty, but from where this ID is coming, this ID is so this. So if I want to say like this is related to this, like suppose I have a department and student, so this department is for this student. So if I want to do something like that, so I need to give that relationship underscore that key name or that this name, so that generally key name only. So we need to give that here, so that it can establish an establish a relationship between them. So that is why meaty underscore ID, and in meaty underscore ID I have given this ID which will be there like this. You can see this is ending with P11. If I go to this mitigation, I should have some ID with B11. See here we have B1. Okay. So that is how we established a relationship. So if we go to this now, let's go back and see the data. So I'll just go to Fiori preview. Let's see if the data is coming or not. What I'll do, I'll just select few of the things. Okay, also I'll select something. So if you see here, like the data which we had filled, those data are you can see here in your Fiori preview. You can filter also. Suppose I just want to see the field with 10,000, so I can do it. No, what happened? Something is not correct. Let's try to search with recent. Okay, see it's coming. So we can have these kind of filters here. We will go in more details once we go to the Fiori application. Here it's just to show like the data is coming, whatever we have given in that CSV file. So what you can do is now you can copy all these things and see if it is working for you as well.
Hey there, want to get great at managing supplies? Our SAP CAPM course is here to help. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAPM. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from basics to advanced tricks, made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this forever. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you found our course super helpful. Best part, it's affordable. This awesome opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP CAPM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.